Good evening. Welcome to the February Council meeting. Let's start off with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The minutes will reflect that all the council members are here. Particularly good to see you, Barbara.
Thank you.
And any changes to the agenda before we approve it? Seeing none, take a motion to approve the agenda and the affidavit of posting.
So moved.
We had our closed session. We met on 2 items, nothing to report on the public employee performance evaluation, and on the conference with real property negotiators, we gave direction to staff. And moving on to announcements, quite importantly, there's an important fundraiser on Saturday, February 8th. The Friends of Louis Vaccaro are inviting the Fairfax community generally to a benefit for the tragedy that occurred to a number of Drake High School students back on Christmas Eve. And a number of our, if not all of our music venues are pitching in and joining in this very important fundraiser. Deer Park Villa, Perry's, 19 Broadway, and the Sleeping Lady. Please, if you're free on Saturday night, even if you're not, change your plans. And please attend one of these venues. The Fairfax Food Pantry, of course, Saturday is 9 to 11 at the Fairfax Community Church on Drake. Volunteers always needed. We continue to have a vacancy on the Affordable Housing Committee. It would be nice for a member of the community to step forward and help out on a very dynamic and important committee. And finally, one other thing, unless other council members have a thing, we want to send out a message to Joanne Lewis. As all of you know who follow government, anybody can be a council member, but to make your town and any organization run, it's the staff. And Joanne Lewis, for so many years, I can't even count, has been the glue that holds our fire department together. And on behalf of the council and the staff in the Fairfax community, Joanne, if for some reason you happen to be watching on Channel 27, we wish you a speedy recovery, and please come back to run our fire department. At this time,
Mayor?
Yes, please.
May I just ask, when we have vacancies, could you give a two-minute, what is the Affordable Housing Committee? So that people who may be interested but have no idea what it is have a chance.
Yeah, you know, you're on the Affordable Housing Committee, aren't you, Larry?
I
And
am.
you are? Do one of you, as our members, want to take a minute and talk about that?
I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Moore, our
even
planning
better.
director.
Yeah,
Perfect.
the Affordable Housing Committee, which actually just recently sort of morphed into a subcommittee of the General Plan Implementation Committee, is there to meet periodically to help advise the town on how to meet its affordable housing requirements for the state. They played a great role in crafting the direction of the housing element that was also just recently amended. And if you recall, during the final stretch of that document getting completed, we had a joint meeting of you all, the Council, Planning Commission, GPIC, and the Affordable Housing Committee. So it's not as laborious as some of the other committees in town. It meets periodically as needed, but we are coming up on some important steps in town.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, let's open it up for public expression. 3 minutes. I can't believe it's you guys. 3 minutes on things that are not on the agenda. Anybody want to come up to the podium and yak at us for 3 minutes? Wow. Has Fairfax changed in a month? Seeing none, we'll close that and move on to council reports and comments. Let's start. Renee, you want to grab it?
Okay, it's been a busy month, so I'll read fast. I attended a Safe Routes to Schools task force meeting, mostly talking about San Anselmo and infrastructure changes, potential barriers that would go along the sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the roadway on Sir Francis Drake. I spent 3 days in Sacramento with fellow council member Barbara Kohler. It was a conference for new mayors and council members. We talked about budgeting, working with staff. We met legislators and met with other North Bay electeds, and there was an ethics training involved as well. Of course, we met and talked about the trees. The trees are doing pretty well this month, so I would like to report that there is no sudden oak death on the agenda for the trees this month, which is always a good thing. Had a meeting with Focus and the Roots to Branches guys to talk about renewing their contract to work with the Youth Commission and to further expand use of the community center in order to bring some more revenue-generating youth programming through Focus. There is a new subcommittee on homelessness, which has been organized to start to speak and use and utilize the services as laid out in the 10-year county plan, which is aimed at eliminating chronic homelessness. This is put together by Kate Collins, who's a San Rafael Council member. She is now collecting members of each community, of each jurisdiction, to come together and start to address our own needs and then work to use the 10-year plan to meet some of the concerns and needs in our communities. The Environmental Forum of Marin is doing a lecture series. I attended one on fracking the other night with Richard Heinberg of the Post Carbon Institute. The Environmental Forum of Marin is an excellent place to get information. There are 3 more in their seminar series. I really encourage people to look it up. I also attended a crisis in leadership and decision-making conference with FEMA at the county with a whole bunch of fire chiefs and commissioners this past week, talking about disaster preparedness and looking forward to doing some more outreach within our community and in our neighborhoods. And then today was the local task force meeting talking about solid and hazardous waste. And we got to hear about resilient neighborhoods, which will also be coming to town with some excellent reports on the carbon reductions that have taken place in Fairfax. 23 households have participated in resilient neighborhoods, and they have reduced 206,562 pounds of carbon emissions that would otherwise have been up there doing terrible things in our atmosphere. So, sorry, very long, big month.
Just attended the monthly board meeting for the Community Media Center and have been working with the Media Center and with the Marin Telecommunications Agency actually to expand public broadcasting of council meetings throughout Marin County. Right now, Fairfax, San Rafael, Mill Valley, and to a limited extent Sausalito are the only councils that are televised. And the idea is to expand that, bring democracy into people's living rooms. So we are trying to get that going in San Anselmo, Ross, and Larkspur. So hopefully we're going to move that forward in the next month or two and expand, I think, what's been a very good experience here in Fairfax. And appeared yesterday at a Board of Supervisors meeting. The board adopted or readopted the county-wide smart meter ban, which is actually on our agenda. So that went well. That litigation is still proceeding actually in the CPUC. We did get an indication from the judge that's handling the case that we may be getting a decision. And really what is left for the CPUC to decide is whether ratepayers are going to have to pay to opt out. Our position, and we've been joined in this position by the County of Marin, is that that is an unlawful charge under the Public Utilities Code. So we're waiting to get a decision from the judge up there, or I should say down there on Van Ness from the CPUC.
Okay, I attended the Bridges Town. Thank you. I attended a community meeting held by the town manager on a number of bridges retrofits planned in the town last week. Also, with Councilmember Goddard and our town manager attended a 3-day training with the California League of Cities on new council member issues that Renee mentioned. I also attended the Board of Supervisors meeting, I think it was last week, on the drought update. And I had reached out to Marin Municipal Water District, Lisa Cross, who's going to present here tonight, on my concerns, and I'm sure all of our concerns about our drought, which the governor just declared a couple of weeks ago, but I reached out in December, and I think we're all happy it's raining, but I don't think we can count those rain chickens right now. So I'm looking forward to hearing that presentation tonight. Due to a family medical emergency, unfortunately, I missed a number of meetings that I would have liked to report out on tonight. So I'm back and ready to work tonight.
Yes. Let me see. I guess really it's the last 2 weeks we're talking about, so this is an impressive list. Marin County Open Space held a meeting where they were responding to public feedback. I attended that and gave some feedback. Attended a volunteer board meeting where one of the various things we talked about was basically coordinating, participating in a coordinated effort with different health professionals and to basically try to get a trailer full of supplies somewhere in town here for in case of, this is working in conjunction with this emergency sorry, I've also got a very bad cold right now, so if I'm not... anyway, so not the Red Cross, but, it's like...
Isn't it the county medical corps?
Yes, it is, in fact. And so thank you for that, Larry. I went to the MCCMC meeting along with Mayor Weinsoff. I also have met with an Eagle Scout who's working actively to open up the trail on the top of the Egger Redwood Preserve, which is a town property in the county that is a really special piece of property, and this will give access to people, to the public from the top. Let me see. I met preliminarily with a couple of people. The Red Cross is going to do a staged practice session in October of this year in the pavilion. That'll be like a weekend event with, kind of a let's pretend there's an emergency and see how we all do. I attended a Transportation Authority meeting a week last Thursday. And then, and I would suggest to you, Councilman Bragman, that in your pitching for various different councils to be televised, I was in a conversation with various school board members, which they could definitely use that sort of thing. They have no money, of course, for it, but if there's any way to put that into the mix, I think that would be a wonderful public service to have school board meetings, public access to that, because I know it's very interesting to a lot of people, and it's difficult to get there, especially for parents. So that's it.
Well, I'm pleased to see that we've only been going for 15 minutes, and we've claimed our first victim who's fallen asleep in the first row. Usually we at least get to 7:30. Very quickly, with John, I attended the monthly dinner of the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members. Supervisor Sears gave a lively discussion and very well attended. I also sit on the Legislation Committee, looking at all of the arcane pieces of legislation that percolate their way through the corridors and byways of Sacramento. And finally, I also had the joy of being up in Sacramento for a day. I sit as one of 3 North Bay members on the League of California Cities Environmental Quality Policy Committee, and needless to say, Barbara's bringing forth the drought issue this today with Member Cross is right on point. We sat there for 4 or 5 hours, and literally, I'd say 80% of the conversation was about drought. It's all about drought in Sacramento, and it's all about drought here in Fairfax. And with that, we'll turn to the town manager's report. Garrett?
No report, Mr. Mayor.
What? Nothing? All right. Well, before we get into our presentations, just hang in there a minute. I want to turn this over to Renee.
So before we have what I've been most looking forward to tonight, which is Manor School's Green Team, I would like to recognize our town manager, Garrett Toy, who has, as of yesterday, been part of us, all of us, and you at home, for a year. He has reached this milestone with grace and poise, and he is more valuable to, I will speak for myself, and I hope I can speak for the whole council, to myself in transitioning to becoming a council member here than I could actually express in words. And I would just like to acknowledge him and have everyone out there have an opportunity to do the same. I baked a ton of chocolate chip cookies, which I will put out during the break, so we don't take the big break and eat the cake and everything, but we can all partake in those, and I have a gift for Garrett.
Are they the soft cookies, or are they the... They're the crunchy cookies? Okay. What a aficionado. Just right.
No, that's going to be sung for you, but I think it's all appropriate to open, and we will just, if we can ask for 2 minutes of your time.
Out of sales tax. Ah, that's nice. No, it's sales tax revenue.
Can I quickly?
You can. Thank you, Garrett.
Okay, Renee, you are the best mom. With that, let's move on to our first report and presentation, the Zero Waste presentation by the Manor School Green Team.
We would like to dedicate our Green Team song to Garrett Toy for his 1-year anniversary of being the manager for the town of Fairfax. We want to tell you about the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees and the sun up above. Everything that we love. We want to tell you about the creatures and the lakes, and the newts and the snakes, and the fishes in the sea, foxes running free. 'Cause every little thing that we do affects every little thing that we love, and every little thing that we love needs to be taken care of. We want to tell you to protect habitats for wildlife, plant some trees, save energy, conserve our water, which we need to do for every little thing, including me and you. 'Cause every little thing that we do affects every little thing that we love, and every little thing that we love needs to be taken care of. We want to tell you about the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees and the sun up above, everything that we love.
We are the Manor School Green Team. We are here to tell you about some good news and to give you an idea to help Fairfax become waste-free by 2020. Our names are Finch,
Ella, Sarah, Drew, Kate, Erin, Ariel, Mahela, Eddie, Julia, Parker. The Manor School Green Team is very proud of Fairfax for banning styrofoam and plastic bags. We are also proud that Fairfax has committed to be waste-free by 2020, 5 years ahead of our county. We are really excited to tell you that our new lunch program, Choice Lunch, has decided to start using 100% compostable containers 100% of the time by September of this year.
At Manor School, Green Team members have been working hard to reduce our waste. We have taught everyone in our school how to recycle, compost, and use the yard waste containers correctly. Because of these efforts, Manor School is able to reduce our trash by 33%. Now we have our dumpsters pick up only 2 times a week instead of 3. We want to help reduce our waste to 0 by 2020.
I want you to say that one line more time. 2 times a week instead of 3.
2 times a week instead of 3. We want to help reduce our waste by 2020.
As much as we have wanted to it has been difficult to further reduce our waste, partly due to these black lunch containers. They must be put in the trash can and go to the landfill for 2 reasons. They say taterware on the bottom, but they are made from part plastic and part potato. They cannot be recycled because they are part potato, and they cannot be put in the yard waste because they are part plastic. We have tried to compost them at school, but they just become sludge instead of compost and cannot be used for our gardens. Our idea is to reduce waste to stop using these containers like this in Fairfax and everywhere.
Our Marin County Waste Management Company, Marin Sanitary, cannot accept these black containers as yard waste for the reasons Kate just mentioned. Marin Sanitary is certified organic. That means that the compost that is made from our yard waste has no plastics in it. This healthy compost is used at farms, vineyards, and orchards. But again, unfortunately, these black containers must go into the trash can and go to the landfill, like in this picture.
Okay. We want to use only containers like this one because it can be put into the yard waste bins and will turn into organic compost like in this picture. The good news is that our lunch company has committed to using only these types of containers by this coming September. They're made from 100% plant fiber, which may be bamboo, corn husks, the plant waste left over after processing sugar cane, or some other compostable materials. I just want to say a little more about these plant fiber containers. When these containers are put into the yard waste, they become healthy compost and they will be used to grow healthy plants. The pollinators will have a wonderful home in a healthy habitat. When we use these plant fiber containers and yard waste them correctly, we are helping the earth. If you want a healthier, happier earth, these are the containers to use.
What we are asking is for you as town council members to consider phasing out these non-recyclable, non-compostable, non-yard wastable containers that must be added to the landfill. If our lunch program can make the switch to 100% plant fiber containers, we think our companies can too. We Green Team members want to help Fairfax reach our goal of being waste-free by 2020, and we think phasing out these containers will make a difference.
Thank you very much for taking us seriously. We appreciate that you are doing your best to make Fairfax a healthy place for all of us. Please let us know what you decide to do about these containers. Remember, we all want to help make compost like this, and not add to a landfill like this. We are proud of our lunch program for making the switch.
Let's have all Fairfax make the switch too. Thank you very much.
Garrett, I sense an ordinance coming at us fairly soon. Laura, as always, thank you so much for bringing your students, as you do every year, and please remember to come back next year as well.
Mayor, can I ask what what's the name of the lunch program so everybody can support you guys in your efforts and make sure this happens in all of their jurisdictions? Choice Lunch. So it's called Choice Lunch. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much as always. All right, thanks, kids. Okay, let's move on to number 2 under reports and presentations under water conservation, the MMWD. No, put on your button.
Got it. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you all very much for making the time to have us here this evening, and thanks to Councilmember Kohler for inviting us.
Oh, no. We came to hear your song.
My song. Sorry, my song is a little sad tonight, but maybe there's some positive elements to it as well. First of all, my name is Lisa Cross. I'm your representative on the Marin Municipal Board. I serve all of the communities along Sir Francis Drake between Greenbrae and Lagunitas and a good portion of Mount Tam. And I'm really here to introduce tonight Tom Cronin, but I wanted to just make a few remarks first. Firstly, to let you know that in the little over a year that I've been with the district, I have observed that the district is in very good shape and ready for the drought. The district has recovered substantially from the recession. We've rebuilt our reserves. We have a really remarkable team of staff that I'm just proud to work with, and that team has been all over the drought and is preparing very well for it. Our board has absolutely got the drought in its sights. We have been actively discussing it since December, making many preparations, and most importantly have formed a drought task force that has a combination of staff as well as board members, myself and Jack Gibson, who are basically overseeing a whole series of actions, both internal actions, adjustments to the operations of the district itself, as well as communications, as well as looking to the long-term future of our water supply. I will just add, though, as a preface, that in spite of the rain, it is hard to talk about a drought while it's raining. The reality is that we need at least 10 inches of rain to begin to put us into a position on April 1st where we would not be forced to consider mandatory rationing. We'd need more like 20 or 30 inches to begin to put us into a normal year in terms of our storage. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom, but I'm here after the presentation if there are any questions at all. And it just in the way of business, if I may, I'm going to leave a few extra copies of tonight's presentation for the public, just right here on the corner. And then also as a follow-up to an earlier discussion for Councilmember Goddard, I have some information about firefighting and potential impacts on the watershed and water quality. So I'll leave that there for you also. And I'll just introduce Tom Cronin, one of the longest employees of the Water District and a vast source of knowledge about everything related to the district. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Director Cross. And I'm going to ask my lovely wife to run the PowerPoint.
You dragooned your wife into this?
I'd like to ask her to. So, thank you very much for doing that. Anyway, after hearing that wonderful presentation before by the children, it really struck me as to this is a drought update. It's about me and you. That song resonated. It really is about us on the drought. And I'm here to make that presentation. I grew up in Fairfax. I actually moved onto Park Road once I got married, just 6 houses down. So it's an honor to be in front of this council. And thank you also, Garrett, for setting this up. It's great. So we'll start our presentation. And to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, you can see here that in 1929, we had 19 inches of rain, which is a record-breaking low year. In 2013, we had 11 inches of rain. It's a remarkable number, and it really shows you how severe things are. Even though I'm standing here in a raincoat, we're still looking at this as a very severe drought, and we're planning for it. Next slide. Thank you. So the average reservoir storage at this time of year we're about 35% below right now. We're at 42,000 acre feet, almost 43,000. Actually, by now we're probably at about 42,000. The last rain that we had made an impact in it that it didn't really fill the reservoir, but it slowed consumption down. So it eased the rate at which the reservoir is being drawn down. And in our recent history, our storage has been at this point about 5 different times. So this is not necessarily remarkable right here. The rain statistics are, though. So we're taking this very seriously, as Director Cross said. Next slide, please. Okay, and here's the history of our reservoir storage. If you look in 1984, we were up around 80,000 acre feet. And you can see that it's gone up and down. It's responded to some of the droughts, like in 1991, we're at a very low stage, below 30,000 acre feet. Many years we were up around 80,000 acre feet. In fact, last year, right around this time, we were spilling in all of our reservoirs. So here we are in 2014, and we're headed down without much rain, and obviously the whole state is concerned, and especially this area. So what will happen to our storage if the rains do not come? Well, this is perhaps the most dramatic of all slides. And so if we don't get sufficient rain, if we don't get storage, you can take a look at the curve there, and where we were, let's see if this, whoop, that's a flashlight, there we go. That's pretty hard to see right there, but at 80,000 acre feet total storage, where we were last year, and there's just this decline to where we are right now. And we can see that if we do not get any rainfall, we're going to be below 20,000 acre feet. It takes about 32,000 acre feet a year to serve the population, and that includes fish releases. So you can see that we're in a kind of a drastic spot right there. If that should continue. Now, we're all praying for rain, and that could change with a couple decent storms. Next slide, please. Okay, what have we done since the 1976-77 drought, which is a very popular question. Like, what are you guys doing down there? Well, we started our recycled water program. We built Sulahuli Reservoir, which is really emergency storage. We expanded Kent Dam. We raised it 45 feet. We doubled the storage capacity to 32,900 acre feet. We started an aggressive conservation program and then an aggressive rate structure. We increased our imported water from Sonoma County in 1996. Next slide, please. Thank you. So now we take a look at the long-term effect on conservation on production. This is a graph. On the left is the water production in acre feet. On the right is the population. So you can see in 1965 we were just a little below 150,000 people in Marin. In 2013, we're just short of 190,000 people. The bar graph it will show our consumption, or our production, and you can see how that wavers. But at the same time, it's going down even though our population increased. That's due to water conservation measures, better toilets, low-flow shower heads, and efforts to get people to reduce their use of water and start respecting water. At this point, I just want to throw one thing out here. I don't know if anybody in the room can answer this question, but how much does $1 buy you in MMWD water? Anybody have a clue? 200 gallons. That's what we charge in our first tier for It's $1, 200 gallons. It's $3.74 for 748 gallons. So it's a pretty good deal. It's a precious resource. And we need to keep that in mind. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what are we doing in our drought response? What are we doing now? We maximize the use of Nicasio Reservoir. We've taken Nicasio Reservoir down to much lower levels. Typically, that's a large reservoir of ours. It spills first, though. It's got quite a bit of watershed. So we wanted to make sure that we maximize the use of that reservoir. Phoenix Reservoir is more of a reserve, similar to Sulahuli. We're pulling Phoenix Lake down right now and pumping it up into Bontempi Treatment Plant. Because of that elevation, the cost is significant in electrical charges. We have to pump up, I think it's about 500 feet. We're maximizing the recycled water use. We're optimizing the use of imported water. We're pulling as much water as possible from Sonoma County Water Agency, about between 10 and 11 million gallons. Sometimes we can get 12 million gallons a day from them, so that we can have our water perched on the watershed, try not to use as much of our own water. We restarted the conservation rebates. The toilets are now fairly cheap down at Home Depot with a WaterSense toilet, 1.28 flush. That makes a huge difference. We suspended our flushing program, and what we do with flushing is flush 20% of our water system per year. And it keeps the mains clean, it keeps the water at its best water quality, and it's a requirement to do that through the state. They're somewhat flexible in how often we do it, so we backed off on flushing. We don't want water running down the gutter anymore. Now, we reprioritized our leak repairs. What we're doing with that is we used to hold some of the leaks, especially when the reservoirs are full, so we don't spend as much money on overtime trying to keep a handle on our budget. But right now, obviously, we can't ask people to conserve and have water leaking down the street, so we're putting maximum effort into that and actually deferring some of our maintenance. Next slide, please. So drought response actions, we're requesting a voluntary 25%. We did that right after the governor's announcement asking for 20% reduction. There is no associated rate increase at this time. Probably one of the loudest messages we get from our customers is, I'm doing my best. I am a champion at saving water. So customers using 6 TCFs or 4,500 gallons a month or less are encouraged to continue their good work. We call them our ambassadors or our water-saving heroes. And that equals about 62 gallons a person per day, assuming a 2.4 person household. So how do we achieve the 25% servings? Get a CAP survey. CAP stands for Customer Assistance Program. We'll come out to your house, we'll take a look at your toilets, we'll test them, take a look at your faucets, talk about your irrigation system, and water professionals will be out there to assist you in saving water in multiple ways. Or you can do it yourself. You can go online and find that and find a way to test. There's simple ways to do that. You can use food dye, or you can pick up some of our tablets, put it in the toilet tank, and you'd be amazed at how many toilets actually leak without you knowing. You don't hear it, you don't see it, but you put that dye in the tank and it starts showing up in the bowl, you know you have a leak. And we find about 30% of the homes have leaks of some sort. Obviously, the high-efficiency toilets. And turn off your automatic irrigation systems. I walk early in the morning. It's still dark out, and I know there's 3 houses that have irrigation systems that still run. And it's amazing, even during the rain, during night. I mean, most things are dormant right now. We don't need our irrigation systems. To get back to what the children taught us tonight, it's about me and you. That's the way I look at it. Next slide, please. Okay, here's your typical household meter. This is, reading meters are a little bit difficult. An average person talks about water in gallons. Water professionals talk about it in cubic feet. It's a little bit easier to calculate cubic feet when we look at acre feet of water. But it's really voodoo for everybody else. It's like, okay, what does that mean? Well, 1 cubic foot of water is 7.48 gallons. So what I've been doing for the last 14 days, I think, is reading my meter every day and subtracting the difference. So if you take a look at that meter, there's 6 numbers up there. I don't know if you can see them all. They're all reading 0 right now. You open it up, you take a look at it, you take your reading. The next day you go out and you subtract and multiply by 7.48. Will give you the amount of gallons that you use that day. At some point in the future, I see us moving to gallon meters, but no time soon. It's just what we have out in the system. Next slide, please. Okay, our next steps. We prepare for 25% mandatory rationing on April 1, assuming storage is below 40,000 acre feet. One of the things I should mention right now is, did I mention the urban water management plan already? We have an urban water management plan that the state requires us to update every 5 years. So most of the actions you see up here are being tied to our urban water management plan. We have a special section on drought, special section on water shortage emergencies, and the steps that we follow. The number of 40,000 acre feet is a number that's been engineered into that plan over quite a period of time. The selection of the date in April is obviously based on the majority of the rain occurs before April 1st. So it's kind of like having an emergency preparedness plan in the town. If something happens, there's steps that you follow. It's already in place. You don't have to make it up right off the bat. Okay, next is we're utilizing the reserve reservoir of Sulahuli, which is out, it flows into Walker Creek. That's an important reservoir for us. We haven't used it very often at all, but that is our reserve reservoir. One of the reasons why we don't use it is right now we've calculated in order to pump that into Cascio, it's going to cost about $1.3 million in diesel fuel to run the electric generators. But that's water that we have, that's what we have, it's expensive, that's why we don't use it all the time. Then we have to pump it from the Cascio into our treatment plants. So there's an additional cost in electricity to do that. Okay, we're extensive public outreach. Like tonight, all the staffers, all the board members are attending meetings in public, attending meetings at the water district. That's the only words we're using right now is drought and what are we going to do next. We're going to have a letter that goes out to all water users, weekly drought updates in the media, the community ambassador program, which is we're looking for people that are interested in the community that will show up to meetings like this to take that message to your friends and to your neighbors. And back to the me and you thing, we're in this together. Implementing as many cost-saving measures as we can, but understanding at the same time that droughts are extremely expensive. And we're evaluating the long and short-term water supply measures. So we're required to do that. We look at all the different options. Okay, we're at this is an ad that was in the Independent Journal. We're going to tune that up a little bit so it's easier to read next week. So I'll open it up to questions.
Mr. Cronin, just a couple, first of all, I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
And mostly I want to say thank you to Mrs. Cronin for coming out on a rainy evening and up with this.
I'll hear about that.
Yeah, I'm stretching the bounds of marital happiness. On the serious note of your community ambassador program, last month the council passed, granted it's more symbolic than perhaps capturing or saving that much water, but we did pass a resolution requesting that our restaurants not just willy-nilly provide water when you have your meal, but if you ask for it, you can have it. And actually sitting right behind you is Bob Koppelman, the head of our Chamber of Commerce, and I believe you will find in him your community ambassador, at least one of them from Fairfax, along with Kiki. So please reach out to the Chamber. I think that they have a wealth of opportunity to insinuate themselves into the business community.
It's a great idea.
Okay, that's okay. The second one, I wanted to ask you as an expert, something that I think is frightening. And I guess because the council spent so much time thinking about environmental issues and the effect of climate change, what if this isn't a one-off, two-off, or three-off? What if this is the new normal? I mean, at the end of the day, you can conserve until it's not there anymore, and it evaporates. I mean, you know where I'm going with this. Do you have contingency plans in case we have entered into something that I don't even want to think about?
We have, we're dealing regionally and locally with contingency plans. We've been speaking regionally to other water purveyors because that question's being asked. I know that Cloverdale and Healdsburg are in a very short supply right now, so their need is a bit more pressing. It kind of turns into an emergency management at that point. We do have in our water planning documents, we're looking at all different types of sources of water, but but we're going to look at help from the federal government, from the state government, from the state water planners. You know, what happens is it's unprecedented right now in terms of what the climate's been doing. I share the same concern. I share the concern for the riparian habitat and what's going to happen to our creeks. I don't have an answer for that right now. Obviously, there's going to have to be some high-level discussions at the board and some tough decisions to make if we were to run that risk of going dry.
Hopefully, it's a question that you'll never have to answer.
Absolutely.
Other questions of the board?
Thanks a lot. Hi there. There's a big water district project happening right now in Fairfax where they're, I think, replacing the mains and even the laterals. And I've been watching it with sort of excruciating feeling that we missed an opportunity when we are digging up the right-of-way there to lay purple pipe in order to use our gray water. I think it's really a waste for us to be using potable water to do our landscaping and even our gardens. And I would really like to explore with the district and maybe Lisa whether we could do a pilot here before this thing is done about getting some purple pipe in there so that we're ready to go with recycled, reclaimed water. It just seems like it's an opportunity that's just begging to be done, and it's happening right now, and I'm watching it with a lot of frustration. So I guess the short question is, has the district explored using recycled gray water, purple pipes? And then the second one, which I know you're not going to be able to answer, is can we get a pilot project going here in Fairfax before the streets are repaved?
I can answer your second one first. We do have, and Lisa, jump in and save me anytime you want, but we do have a pilot project started in Mill Valley in conjunction with the county, and we're going to be involved with it. We don't have, but it's water now. So we are starting to investigate the gray water. Obviously, there's some issues with gray water in terms of making it a community. It's certainly something we want to push for individuals, households, but putting gray water in purple pipes, I'm not an engineer nor a water quality expert, but we could run into some issues with that. But I believe it's one of those types of things that we need to explore, and it's beginning in Mill Valley. Recycled water, we do serve quite a bit of recycled water in Sanderfell where it's close to Los Colinas treatment plant. We do have some homes that are actually double plumbed where the toilets are flushed with recycled water and their landscape is irrigated with recycled water. So some remarkable progress in certain areas. Fairfax is quite a distance away from a treatment plant though. So gray water would appear to be the most reasonable approach.
And I would just say as far as actually doing it, I know there's some technical gaps that we need to fill. But it just seems when we're opening the streets and putting in new lines that we should be putting in the empty pipe now so that we're ready to go once we figure out how to fill those gaps. So that's really where I'm going with this, is not that I expect the district all of a sudden to figure out how to pump the water to a treatment plant. But when we open the streets, when we have this opportunity, really it's an economy of scale that when they're open, we put in that empty PVC pipe now so that we're ready to go. So that's the kind of the pilot project I'm interested in pursuing with the district, and maybe I can follow up with you guys after the meeting.
Just to respond a little bit more, if I may. You were talking about kind of two different opportunities. One is domestic gray water, and there is the project in Mill Valley, but I would also add that the county has really launched with the gray water program and is funding a series of workshops that will happen to basically enable people, and they've addressed the permitting requirements to some extent as well. So it may even be that Fairfax would be a great spot to have one of those workshops. So I'll be checking in with environmental health about that. The idea of recycled water, Absolutely, the district is thinking about it and has been thinking about it for a number of years. And typically that happens in the form of a very large project, many millions of dollars, in association with a wastewater treatment plant. Because the infrastructure is so expensive and pretty invasive in a community, it is a major undertaking and therefore tied usually to a treatment plant. I take your point, though, about installing the plumbing while the opportunity is there, and I'll be happy to speak with district's engineers just to understand feasibility and costs, and be happy to get back to you a little bit more to talk about it. I wanted to also respond to the concerns about looking at the long-term scenario and let you know that the Drought Task Force will be discussing opportunities. As Tom mentioned, our senior staff have been reaching out to the appropriate state entities as well as other water agencies around the Bay Area, just looking for options. And they will be coming back to the board at one of our task force meetings and ultimately a board meeting to talk about some scenarios. And I expect that's probably a couple of months out, but you'll be hearing about it. So, sure.
I also understand that there will be a workshop this weekend that Water Now is going to be here in Fairfax. Is there someone out that, Jennifer, do you know what day? I thought it was Water Now, the project from Mill Valley. Okay, okay. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, this may be a question for Lisa, and thank you both for coming here. It's really helpful. So I know your current policy is to make these decisions in April, and thankfully we do have a little bit of rain, and we could get miracles between now and April, but I know in our kind of back and forth there was some discussion of, and also at the county, I believe you all spoke about this, potentially making those decisions sooner rather than waiting till April when we're really hurting to make those decisions and then it becomes more draconian. Any thoughts on that?
You know, we, at our next board meeting, we're going to have an update again on drought preparations, and I expect that the discussion of timing will come up then. The April 1 date was established in, I believe, the late 1990s after very careful consideration of Marin's weather patterns, hydrology, and so on. And there is concern that if we leap too soon to institute mandatory rationing, not only could it rain, but the process of mandatory rationing has a lot of impacts, not only on community members and businesses, but there are very significant financial implications. It also takes a time to set it up. You have to consider the financial systems, you have to consider an enforcement program, you have to consider outreach and education to let people know that it's being implemented. That said, it has remained an open question about timing to some extent based on the weather patterns of the next few weeks. So it's still an open question is the way I would answer that.
Okay, and one follow-up. You mentioned financial impacts, and in our discussions it's been more about rate increases. And I know when San Diego did rationing a few years ago, they did not increase rates, and part of that was offset by pretty stiff fines. And I don't know necessarily that that's my approach, but there might be ways to offset those rate increases rather than having people who are doing their best to conserve then getting a bigger water bill. So is that things that your subcommittee will talk about or the board will talk about?
Yes, absolutely. Just to provide you with a little bit more information, it's kind of a multifaceted question. The need for, basically a drought is expensive, as Tom said, and most of that cost comes through the pumping from Sulahuli, but it also comes through other operational expenses, the cost of purchasing more water from Sonoma County Water Agency. Their water is more expensive. There's also the cost of informational programs, communications. We're doing a county-wide first-class mailing or district-wide, I should say, and that's going to be between $50,000 and $70,000 right there. Those costs are very real, and San Diego may not have faced the depth of additional costs associated with rationing. The code, the district's code that relates to the implementation of mandatory rationing, as you heard from Tom, that's triggered on April 1st when we have less than 40,000 acre-feet in the reservoirs. That same code section provides for the opportunity for the district to increase rates by up to 25%, up to, not necessarily that flat amount, without going to a 218 process. In my impression is that if we do see a prolonged drought before us, we'll be forced to, what I would rather call it is a drought surcharge, because a rate increase implies something permanent, whereas a drought surcharge is temporary. It's there while those actual expenses exist. And the other piece of the story I think that's hard for people to understand is that in the district's operations, we ask you to cut water because we have a drought. It feels enormously frustrating to be consuming less water and then having to pay more. But the reality is that what you're paying for is a service, and that the cost of running the system does not change, or at least it only changes a little bit, depending on how much water you're using. We have to still maintain the system, we have to operate it, we have to replace the pipes, we have to have the staff to do all of those things. So you have the basis of the fixed cost, and then you have these additional high costs that come with the drought. The sense, though, is that there's one really major difference between this drought and what happened in 1976. And that is, in 76, people were not thinking about conservation at all. Everybody just consumed what they wanted to consume. And nowadays, we have people who just practice conservation routinely as part of their lives. And asking them to reduce by 25% and then to actually pay more as well does seem unfair. And so the board has directed the staff who are planning for mandatory rationing to also consider a mechanism that does not penalize the people who are already saving. And so I do expect that when and if mandatory rationing comes about, there won't just be a flat 25% that applies to the water heroes, the low water users, that we really want to recognize and applaud. So that's still in development, but I do expect there will be a way to accommodate people who are wise water users.
I think that will be appropriate, and then I would also offer, I don't know if this is interesting or of interest, but it sounds like you're on a drought subcommittee, and even I'd be willing to participate, or at least if those meetings are noticed, try to attend as many as possible, because I think this is such an important issue for us.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you so much for coming by. This is an important issue, perhaps since you just live down the block. You could come by, even if you just came by for open time, for a few minutes, give you 5 minutes or so to chat us up on what's going on and keep us informed with what your board is up to.
Great.
This question? Great. Yes. Please, come on up.
Jody, 290 Cascade, Jody Timms. I just wondered, I think a really simple, practical use of money and action that a homeowner can do is to get rain barrels. We've gotten a couple of them. They're pretty expensive, and we'd love to get a couple more. So if there's any kind of rebate program that could be put together for that, it would be a really good use of the money, because you can then just collect it, hopefully we get enough rain, and use it for watering. Easier than even gray water, which is great. But the rain barrels, I just think it's like solar panels on all our houses. We just can get that in the community and spread it around. So if we could get a rebate somewhere down the line, I'd love it.
Great idea. Thank you. Very good.
Mark Bell, 63 Dominga. Oh, the volume's turned down this evening. Just two things. I think it would make a lot more sense to give a per gallon per person limit as opposed to a 25% reduction. You know, if you're going to be checking your meter and multiplying by 7.48, you know, trying to calculate that and then knock off another 25%, you're going into higher math. So if there's going to be like, you know, 62 gallons per person or 50 gallons per person, I think it makes a lot more sense. And then someone else a couple days ago, I guess it put in the paper, it just might be a really good time to look at dredging the reservoirs. Because while last year it stopped raining like January 1st, the year before the reservoirs were filled January 1st, and I think we got another 10 or 15 inches of rain that really we couldn't use or couldn't store. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. Kiki Laporta, 25 Glen Drive, also Sustainable Marin and the Fairfax Chamber. I'd like to really thank Tom and Lisa for coming tonight and I was at a meeting at San Rafael City Council on Monday, and Krishna Kumar and Lisa were also there making a similar presentation. I'd just like to make sure that everyone in this room understands that the Water District is a utility whose only purpose is to provide water to its customers and to preserve the watershed and our capacity to do that job. And I really have had a lot of opportunities to work with the Water District over many, many years, and I can attest to the integrity and the diligence of our board and our staff at the Water District in terms of accomplishing those goals. I would ask that everyone, if they hear Water District bashing, you might interject that we're all in this together. And thanks, Tom, for calling attention to that. I'd also like to suggest that gray water at the residential level is permit-free for laundry to landscape. It's a simple project. You can do it for about $150, but depending on how efficient your washing machine is, you're not going to save a lot of water. There's a lot more water that goes through our showers and our bathtubs. Typically, that requires some intrusion into our household plumbing, which requires a permit. I would ask the town and the Water District to find a way to circumvent the intrusion into the plumbing with a simple siphon and hose system and make it available to customers so that we can water our tomatoes, or actually we're not supposed to water our food plants with recycled water or gray water, but nonetheless to keep something going. And it would be great if we could, in Fairfax, because we're so small and we're such a great community, if we could establish a very vibrant and effective gray water opportunity for our residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Kiki. And to you both, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Ann, you going to chat with us briefly on Focus? Yes. Just ask us for more money.
Great. There's some, here.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, yeah. Great. Hi. So you all have your packets? Yeah? Okay, great. So I'm Ann Manis. I'm the Focus Director for the town, and I just want to thank you, Mayor and council members, for having me. And Garrett, thank you for having me on the agenda tonight. I hope my presentation is short and sweet, and I hope we can return to the sun, me and you, the wonderful youth spirit that we had at the beginning of the meetings tonight. So let's just jump right in. The goal of this presentation tonight is just to update you on what Focus has been up to update you on the exciting Perry Park project that we've been working on, and then to encourage council to explore expansion for youth programs as we move into the next fiscal year and into the future. So a little about Focus's growth and budget, as you'll see here on the budget area. In 2010, 2011, This was the time that we were still sort of under the San Anselmo recreation. And so at that time we had a MOU change and the town sort of took over the recreation department. And so I just want to point out that at that time that was just Camille Esposito. She was working part-time about 10 hours a week. And so that kind of reflects where we were 4 years ago. And then you sort of fast forward to our current fiscal year, 2013-2014, and you can kind of see a pretty significant growth there from back in 2010. So that kind of paints a little picture of the growth that's been happening. And a lot of that is accredited to just having the two of us working together and putting more energy into the programs and doing more fundraising. And I want to just highlight that 2013-14 budget does not include the Perry Park project, which is a $20,000 grant that Maria and I wrote together, and then an additional $10,000 that we're raising to match the funds. So that's not included in that number. So the growth for Focus is happening across all. The growth for Focus is happening across all programs. We have increased class offerings and expanded the Youth Commission and the Teen Services, which I'll get into a little bit later. Currently, Focus receives $18K from the general fund. All the other money is revenue generated from fee-for-service classes, pavilion rentals, and then our fundraising efforts. On the next page, page 3, I give you a little background on the revenue and how it breaks down. So many of you get this in your box and it goes around in the community. And this kind of showcases the various programs that we do offer. So for this year, the projected revenue is about $16,000 for our classes. And for the rentals, including birthday parties, our Kung Fu contract, our arrangement with CYO and futsal, that brings in about $16,000. I am a member of the Park and Rec Commission, so I sit in on those meetings, and we've been talking about the rental rate. And currently it's at $25 an hour to rent the pavilion, and that hasn't been looked at in about 4 or 5 years. And so that's something that Park will be bringing to you, but I think we'll be making some recommendations on changing that a little bit. The revenue for Camp Fairfax is $20,000. It's a really strong program that continues to be very successful. It started off years ago just as a 1-week camp, and now it's a 4-week camp and usually hits capacity each year. So that's a very strong program that we have. And then we have about $4,000 that comes in with grant and fundraising, and that primarily is through Give Back Tuesday nights and our efforts with the Holiday Craft Fair, and the Ross Valley Rotary Club also gives us some money. So that kind of gives you another idea of how the money breaks down for the Focus budget. And then I just provided some pictures as you go through and showcasing some of our programs. Fairfax Moms is led by McCoy Dodsworth. This program started off as just a Tuesday drop-in for new moms and babies, and McCoy has really built this to be a full, robust program of 75 members that pay an annual fee. They do a winter gathering, they have a spring picnic, they do a lot of different programming for that 0 to 6-year-old age group. And then that money from membership comes back into the town. We have a wonderful Monday music class that has been with us for a long time. It's very successful. Our birthday party rentals, I must say, have really taken off. I think that's a really valuable resource that people and families really utilize and use. And we're seeing a lot more usage in the pavilion in that aspect. The Holiday Craft Fair is a local tradition that we've been having, and that's a collaboration with Sustainable Fairfax and Focus. And then Camp Fairfax, like I mentioned earlier, is led by Monica Burrows. And again, very successful. We're actually expanding this spring and doing a spring camp during the Ross Valley School District break. So we'll see how that goes. Moving on into the Youth Commission. So this is a very exciting update. Focus was excited to take this under their wing a little bit this year and tried to revitalize the Youth Commission and what we understood as basically just kickstarting it again. And so we hired a local organization, Roots to Branches, to implement this program. And on a very small budget, they started generating interest with the teen population. So they had a consistent meeting with 5 or 6 teens, and that culminated in the winter in December with the art show at the Women's Club, and they also put on a Halloween party that was held at the community center. So that was actually fun to walk by the community center on Halloween and see activity happening and teens actually using the center again. Part of what Roots to Branches sort of discovered as they were generating interest with the youth was asking them, what do you want to use? What do you want this place to be? What do you want the Youth Commission to be? What's your vision? And they reached out to the teens, and basically the teens were saying they wanted a place to hang out. They wanted a place to gather, a place to be able to do homework on Wednesdays. And so additional programming was created, and so now we have a Wednesday homework hangout happening, and then a Friday night hangout that happens once a month. And so it's sort of slowly building. It's a little blurry about what exactly the Youth Commission will be or what that function is, but it's growing, and it's getting a lot of attention from that age group, the middle school and high school age. So we're continuing the programming and continuing to build it, and this is just something to definitely consider as we move forward about what the vision for the community center is and kind of what we want the Youth Commission to be. So something to consider. And moving on to page 8 here. Speaking of vision, Garrett came on board a year ago, which is about last time that I came to speak with you all. And he was really interested in me having some kind of work plan or some kind of 3-year plan of where I saw Focus going. And so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I did want to include it in the packet. You can kind of look it over. I do use it as sort of a benchmark of where I see the program going and where I would like to see it go. And sort of my blue sky idea is for the town of Fairfax to have one robust community program that is a go-to for the community. So as it's kind of organized now, we have Park and Rec, we have Maria's position, we have the Fairfax Volunteer Board, we have Focus, and they're all kind of out there. And it would be nice to have one community department that is that umbrellas all of these things and creates more collaboration and crossover and streamlines some of our programming. So that's just, something to think about, but that's kind of the idea to work towards, I guess. Okay, and so now the Perry Park project, which is very exciting, as you all know, that grant came in through Kaboom, and we are working very hard to raise the matching $10,000. And I'm very excited to report that we're over 80% to our goal. And we'll continue to work on raising. We have a couple fundraisers coming up, and we have a little money in the works happening. So I'm sure we'll get to that goal very soon. The town has agreed to pay for the installation costs, which is estimating to be about $5,000. And then any additional funds that we raise will support improvements moving forward that are not covered by the grant. The grant has very specific guidelines that you can use the money only to purchase play equipment. So things like doing any kind of planting or fence remodel, those kind of things aren't covered by the grant. So anything that we raise might be able to be used for those other things. A subcommittee has been formed, and I am overseeing that committee. And right now, we're moving forward with a vendor called Miracle Play Recreation. And they have helped kind of guide us on some of the ways that we could renovate the park. And I am meeting with the committee next week, and we're going to be kind of sort of finalizing some of these structures, and then I'll be coming back to you in March to get a final approval on the purchase agreement that we'll get into in a minute. We have a target build date for this for May or June, and we're hoping to stay on target with that. So if you move over, I can show you a little bit about the structures. This would be good. Time. Oh yeah, this is it. This is it. Okay, so these are some of the equipment that we'll be asking you to approve in March. We have one of the main structures is a pyramid in the park that has become a little bit of an issue, so we're going to be removing that and replacing them with these 6-foot acorns that are really fun for the kids to play around in. A water feature has been discussed, but that's been, for many reasons, that's become a challenge to actually get a full water feature, but we are trying to create some more fun ideas around that. And so we have some hop rocks and a frog, some cute frogs coming out, and then some benches and tables that we'll be replacing. The other diagram here shows you the placement in the park of where these structures will be placed. And then that last page kind of breaks down the price on all of it. And that is it, unless there's any questions.
Questions, Van? All right, the one I ask every year. How much? You laugh at it every year. But, you know, we have to sit down and do budgeting every year.
Right.
And it's nice to, you know, even if we say no,
right.
It's nice to ask for a date.
Right.
So,
right. Well,
Mr. Mayor, maybe Ann and I have to still discuss this, but it would be something as an issue raised within the retreat, but more importantly within the budget approval process would probably be in a better spot. That would kind of put Ann in place.
You don't want to talk about it. All right. Well, Ann, then we'll pick it up at another time.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge a tremendous amount of hard work and great successes. The programs are excellent. The Fairfax moms, if anyone hasn't noticed, we have a lot of families with young children here in town. People really want to live here. So to provide this programming is a great benefit to all of us, and with much appreciation, Ann, really. I know how hard you work.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And I guess I, do want to close with just, I really love working for the town, and I find it to be a total privilege. And I just thank you all for letting me do this job, and it's such a fun thing. And I feel so supported by Garrett and the rest of the staff. So thank you.
Bruce, you going to make this quick?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to introduce this, if I may.
Okay, but we are running, I hate to be the Scrooge in the room here, but we are running really late, and people have things on the agenda, and they want to go home and go to sleep. So let's try. I know this is important, but...
Right. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council and the audience, both here and watching at home. And since I have a son, a daughter-in-law, and 2 grandchildren watching in New Caledonia live today, a big shout out to Meryl, Jessica, Elora, and Kiana. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the chair of the GPIC, who is here with a couple of other members of the GPIC, which stands for the General Plan Implementation Committee, who are going to be updating you as they do regularly on the activities of the committee and rolling out a very important piece of work that they have accomplished. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening, council members. Tonight, we're going to have a two-part session. I'm going to take just a few minutes, 2 minutes or less, and then Bruce and Cassidy will take over from there. The General Plan Implementation Committee was last year with a report back last summer in July. This report is the 5th in a series and covers the period from May last year, 2013, until January 2014. For those not familiar among the viewers in the audience with the General Plan Implementation Committee, we're now coming on 2 years since the General Plan was adopted and this committee was formed. It's made up of 7 members and drawn from the council, that's Councilmember Reed, from the various boards and committees, and 2 communities members, Bruce Ackerman and Cassidy DeBaker, who are going to be here tonight to talk about the CAP. What we do at GPIC, and I'm reading, monitors and facilitates the implementation of goals, objectives, policies, and programs of the town's 2010-30 General Plan. The key initiatives of this plan is the establishment of a public process to create a detailed town center plan. We're here to help catalog and preserve open space areas indicated in the General Plan. We're here to create a climate action plan, which we call our little mini magnum opus, which you're going to hear about tonight. And we're here to further the implementation of the goals and priorities identified in the general plan. Since the last report, we have been able to take our priority sheets that were made available through the planning department to you all and to the public after the meeting and presentation last summer. And we've taken the 42 pages and we now have reduced these priorities into something a little bit more manageable, we believe. This is an ongoing program and will be reported on further down the road as it matures. We also had a joint meeting last summer with the Affordable Housing Committee, and then we, of course, as you all know, the housing element was accepted by the state in November of last year. And there are real kudos that have to be paid, as we all know, to Jim Moore and the planning department for putting it all together. It's really worked out great. And now I'd like to introduce Bruce and Cassidy for the Climate Action Plan. On your agendas there, you're going to have the opportunity to vote on the Climate Action Plan's adoption and also a Climate Action Committee to follow to help as a subcommittee of GPIC to implement the Climate Action Plan. I want to say before my colleagues come up that it's been an amazing amount of work, and I just like to have a round of applause for Bruce and Cassidy for all the work they've done. So with that, here you go, guys.
Thank you. So we will be as quick as we possibly can. So the purpose of the Climate Action Plan, for one thing, it's actually a legal requirement these days for towns to have one, but it compiles what we're doing about climate in one place so that we can see it, and it allows us to focus. One of the things that we have in this Climate Action Plan is a great deal of a great many numbers that show what the effects would be of different actions that we would take on climate, and that allows us to see which actions would have the most effect and where we should focus our resources. So that's one of the biggest reasons to do it. This plan also gives some good background. It's good reading, and it's brief, and it incorporates the 2 greenhouse gas inventories, 2005 and 2010, that the town has undertaken. So those are rolled into the plan.
Very quickly.
In the climate action plan, one of the focuses that we have is where are we right now? When you open up the climate action plan, you want to gauge that and you want to know where we are at and where are we going and what are our targets and our goals. So one of the things that we've worked really hard at is understanding that and bringing meaningful information to everyone and make it a usable and readable document. So when you open up the CAP, you take a look at, we have two categories. We have this government operations. We have this government operations category, and we have the various sectors in that, and we have community. And as Bruce mentioned, the climate action plan is community-based and action-oriented. So the government operations category is smaller, and our focus is on the community. And you can see here, looking at the breakdown, where our priorities are going to be and where the highest consumption of energy is, and that is transportation, which is of no great surprise, and residential, followed by commercial. And these numbers are taken from the 2010 greenhouse gas inventory, and just focusing on the community sector shows us where we all can contribute as a community. And very quickly, some of the presenters before spoke a lot about 2020 as a target. And so when we look at the state's goals to reduce emissions, 15% by 2005 levels, and that's the baseline level that is the standard that is used. Fairfax goal is more ambitious, it's more aggressive, 20% below 2005 levels. And then we look at the state, which is much larger but much more needed, 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. These are long-term goals, huge long-term goals. The Climate Action Plan doesn't address 2050, it addresses 2020.
Just to point out, it's good to just think for a moment about 80% reduction of our greenhouse gas production. This is by 2050, which seems like a long way away, but what is that, 37 years? It's an astonishing thing to consider. This is worldwide. We're to reduce our greenhouse gas production to 1/5 of what it is now worldwide. So we're only at, even what this CAP talks about is only the first steps in this process.
And just to sum it up, how are we going to get there? What are we going to do? Well, that's really the beauty in the Climate Action Plan. And this spreadsheet's very difficult to read, but it will be available for you to look at the website. But what it does is it shows us all the various programs that essentially the Climate Action Committee will be tasked with implementing. And when we look at, Bruce, if you just want to pop up some of those, that we're going to highlight some of these programs very quickly. Improving how we get around, transportation sector at a community level is the largest, and so we'll work at that. Deep green electricity, we have a target of 200 households. Right now, I believe we have 23, oh no, that was for resilient neighborhoods. Deep green electricity, if it's an opt-out program, so most of you are involved in the light green. If you call in and opt into the deep green, it would be an enormous, enormous change. And right now we've got 3% of electricity accounts in Fairfax are enrolled in deep green, which is essentially 130 households, which is not very much. So 200 more by 2020 would be phenomenal. Moving on to food and yard waste, we have a target of 94% diversion for that. Presently, 30% of landfill waste is food and green waste, and we see that this impacts greenhouse gas emissions through the decomposition of this and the methane gas that's released into the environment and the energy that goes into that. And paper waste also releases this as it decomposes, and we're at 23.5% of that waste is paper in our landfills. So as you can see, as the children reiterated tonight, that's huge. And we've got many reasons to reduce water, many, many reasons. Conveyance, the energy it goes into conveying, cleaning, and heating our water. And then finally, a plug for Resilient Neighborhoods. My household went through the program. There were 23, I think I heard. And so our goal is 200 households by 2020. It is something that all of us should absolutely go through this program in the town of Fairfax. It's free, it's beneficial, and it's a wonderful program for your children and everyone in your household. So that concludes my part, and we're just about done.
So, as we said, this is a very community-based and action-oriented climate action plan. And one of the things that we integrated into it, this actually comes right out of the general plan, is the notion of a community-wide way of visualizing how we're doing community-wide. So imagine some sort of display in town and on the web both, so that you could see it anytime. That would be regularly updated monthly from the utilities that would show our total town's electrical usage, our total town's natural gas usage, water usage, how much waste is being hauled away and how much waste is being recycled. We should be able to get those figures and have them available to all of us so that we can see regularly our progress, and so that we can keep it at the forefront of our minds that this is really something that we're working on as a community. So the meter is a big part of what we're looking at. So again, the meter, along with the excellent Resilient Neighborhoods program, which is a community-based program, and along with Marin Clean Energy, which is, of course, a Marin-wide program, which had a lot of its origins here in Fairfax, that really brings us to looking at our approach, Fairfax's approach to climate change and climate change mitigation as a very unique community-based approach. So we can just buzz through these really quickly and then we're done. This is just a recap of how we're doing on it. So just to get the numbers straight, we had a greenhouse gas inventory in 2005. That's that first number, and so that's what's being used as the baseline. So that green dotted line is the baseline from here on out that all these numbers refer to. When we got a greenhouse gas inventory in 2010, we were actually down about 5%, which is probably mostly due to the economy tanking. Business as usual is what's shown there, going up just a little bit, and that's a combination of factors that make it go up, like increased population and increased business that would be forecasted, and some factors that would pull it down. So really that's a business as usual scenario. And then if we go on beyond that and add renewable portfolio standard, which is something that's created on the state level that causes both Marin Clean Energy and PG&E to interject more renewables into their mix, that would drop us down 5% lower. And then, next one, then we add other state actions, including fuel standards and automobile efficiency standards for fossil cars. That gets us down almost to our 20% below. And now we add what we can do here in town, and that would bring us down to 27%, according to the forecasts in the CAP, which are really detailed forecasts, and I invite you to take a look at it and get involved. Go ahead. So this is, we're hoping that tonight we'll be seeing the formation of a climate action committee, and we would really enjoy seeing involvement from many people. Thank you.
Any questions of Bruce or Cassidy on this? Because we are running a little late. You know, Manager Garrett, if I could just request, when we do our retreat, we've had 4 extraordinary presentations this evening, every one of which I wish were 4 times longer. Well, 5 times if you include the kids. And but we can't do 4 of these. And not to mention the fact that we have a 5th one. I don't know if Ms. Gould is here yet? No, not yet. So that would extend it. Could we please agendize this? Because the quality is so high, and I know that the audience and the council would like to partake and have an even more thorough conversation, but it's 8:30.
Yeah, it's one of your retreat items.
There you go. Always thinking ahead of your council. With that, let's take up the consent. Public comment, please.
Hello. I'm Jennifer Hammond, 9 Iron Springs Road, and also the co-executive director of Sustainable Fairfax. And I just wanted to give my thanks to Cassidy and Bruce for their incredible work, along with the rest of the GPIC committee. I've read this, and it's an amazing piece of work. And so I just really appreciate that. And Sustainable Fairfax is very excited about this and collaborating with the newly formed Climate Action Committee to work on these initiatives. We're already doing a lot of the zero waste parts of the plan, but we're really looking forward to getting more involved in transportation, since that was a huge part of the pie. So looking forward to further collaboration, and thanks very much.
Kiki, please, a short comment.
Short. Echoing thanks to Bruce and Cassidy. It is an incredible amount of work. I just want to call attention of the council to something that's quite obvious, and also to the audience, that we can't wait until 2019 to hit that reduction and expect to make it. So we need to be starting today. So thank you for undertaking this and aiding and facilitating the committee in implementing actions. Thanks.
With that, let's move on to the consent calendar. Does council have any thoughts on numbers 6 through 10? Barbara?
Yes, I just want to mention regarding the resolution honoring the contributions of Bay Area Rosary the Riveters. May I speak for a few minutes? Okay. Well, we're very fortunate in Fairfax to have one of the Rosie the Riveters living in Bennett House. And Mrs. Phyllis Gould was trying to attend tonight, but she's filming a TV spot, so she may actually show up, and we're hoping to have her say a few words. But I just want to say something about this resolution. Many of you are probably aware of Rosie the Riveters, but in World War II, there were not enough men to do the industrial work to build the ships and support the war effort. So the government began a campaign to get women into the workforce, which is known as Rosie the Riveter, or We Can Do It. And it also started a social movement where women entered the workforce, not just as Rosies, which was really critical to the war efforts, but began entering the workforce, where in the past most women stayed at home raising children, which is still a very important work. And I just want to say that Mrs. Phyllis Gould began a letter writing campaign back when President Obama was first elected to request that she and her colleagues, who are friends of hers, one is her sister, be honored at the White House with a ceremony honoring their service. It took several years, and finally writing Vice President Biden before she received a call inviting them to the White House in April for the ceremony. They've been trying to raise money to have her and her 4 colleagues go to the ceremony. She called me yesterday and said they're very close and may actually have raised enough funds, but they may not. So our resolution includes information should you want to donate to getting the Rosies to Washington, D.C. in April. And I just want to thank these women who laid the foundation for so many of us women in the workforce today, who really did the work of men, building ships, making grenades, doing all those things that so many women never did in the past. It also, Phyllis told me when she first went to the Welders Union, or the Boilermakers Union, they said no women. And she went back 3 times until she was finally accepted. So she's an amazing woman. She may not be able to come tonight, but I think David, our mayor, has asked her to come in May after their trip and report on it. So I just want to thank them for their service, for the war efforts, and for what they did for so many of us today. Thank you. And also thank Vice Mayor Bragman, who worked with me on this resolution and really put the idea of the resolution in my mind so that we could garner more publicity for the fundraising.
Okay, any other comments by council on the 1, 2, 3, 5 items on the consent calendar? Anything from the public? Not seeing any. Let's take a vote on the consent calendar. Can I have a motion?
Move approval.
Bragman, Reed, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Quickly, number 11, our first public hearing item, adoption of an interim emergency ordinance prohibiting approvals within the Highway Commercial Zoning District during the pendency of the town's adoption of permanent zoning regs and declaring the urgency thereof.
Mr. Mayor, is there any chance we could take like a 5-minute break?
Yes. Okay. 5 minutes. See you back here at 1:15.
There's chocolate chip cookies.
Bye.
All right, everybody ready? Let's go back on to an agenda. Might I suggest to the council that we move number 15, discussion and accept status report. It's a status report on the neighborhood meeting regarding noise from Deer Park Villa. There are a number of people here in the community, and former mayor and council member Girangelli is here too and suffering from the flu. We want to get him out of here and get him home. Any problem with that? Okay, well, with that in mind, let's take number 15 out of order. Garrett.
Sure. The item before you is discuss and accept status report on the neighborhood meeting regarding noise from Deer Park Villa. You may recall back in October of last year, council listened to noise concerns raised by the residents in the neighborhood. Based on those concerns, council directed staff to try to meet with the neighbors and the owner of Deer Park Villa to see if we could address the different issues. Police chief and myself actually met with the neighbors and the owner at Deer Park Villa, discussed the issues. About 30 people attended the meeting. Primary concern, obviously, of the neighborhood was noise generated by the outdoor venue, mainly amplified music and speeches. Part of the dilemma of this whole situation is obviously, as a business and trying to grow his business, that means more outdoor events. More outdoor events lends more opportunity to create more opportunity for music. So trying to resolve that issue. The owner, as well as his staff who attended the meeting, did indicate a willingness to try to address the issues. From that meeting, we created this list of activities that the owner said he was undertaking or was thinking about undertaking. That's actually in the staff report. And the owner said he will continue to comply with all the noise regulations that we do have in town. But he is trying to run a business, and again, running the business creates noise, and he's trying to address that issue. But it's just a dilemma. So with that, I know the owner's here, I know the neighbors are here, and so perhaps it'd be appropriate this time to hear their comments regarding the situation.
Okay, before we do that, any comments from council for Garrett? No? Okay. Let's take the community, I would think. That would be appropriate. Bob, good evening.
Is it on? Yeah. Bob Stemple, 42 Porteous. I'd like to address the status report and fill in some of the gaps. And I'd also like to suggest for next steps that Mr. Girangelli and the neighbors continue to discuss the possible solutions that were mentioned by both sides at the Deer Park Villa meeting. In order to keep this short, I'm going to read. I hope you don't mind that. I know that you've had a whatever. But first, before I do that, I would like to address the issue of the noise ordinance, which I brought up at the January council meeting. I stated back in October, when I first came to the to present to you, that the problem of excessive noise has gotten worse in the last year and a half or two since Mr. Girangelli has been manager. Parties and events are more frequent and louder. The front deck has been expanded with nightly music in the bar area during the warm season, and its accompanying loud and raucous nightclub-like behavior from guests. The chief of police has given me an incident report that substantiates our claim. In the past 2 years, noise complaints have been more than twice as frequent as in the previous 6 years. But I think one of the most important reasons for the worsening of the noise issue is Mr. Girangelli's policy of relying on the noise ordinance when neighbors complain. A mother calls to say that her young children can't sleep for the noise, and the response is, as often as not, "But we've done a sound check." You want to enjoy your deck after coming home from work, but you have to move inside because of the noise. You call Deer Park Villa to ask them to turn the music down, but they've done a sound check. What does this mean when you get that response? It means that as long as they are within the noise limits of the ordinance, it's party on at Deer Park Villa. I believe this is what Mr. Garanghelli means when he says he continues to comply with the law. Your only recourse as a neighbor is to prove that their sound check is inaccurate. Your only defense is the law. So, let's see here. What I would like to talk about, as I said, is the provision in the sound ordinance that would reduce the decibel levels for particular, what is referred to as characters of sound, among which is music and speech. What does the provision exactly say? In terms of practical terms for neighbors, it says that if we call the police to complain about noise, and the responding officer who comes to take a sound reading hears a DJ playing YMCA or the best man toasting the newlyweds, he concludes that the source of the, quote, alleged offensive noise is music or speech. Therefore, when he measures the noise to determine if it is excessive or not, he uses a legal limit of 5 decibels lower than the table that he would normally use. I have a copy of the provision that I'm referring to. If you haven't seen them, I can distribute them so you can see the exact wording. Would you like to see that now, or should I hold on a second? Okay, you've got it? Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. It was a town staff member who pointed out the provision in the ordinance that treats excessive noise, pointed out to me the ordinance that treats excessive noise from music and speech differently, and subsequently another staff member has agreed that it is crystal clear. Mr. Garanghelli has chosen not to respect the needs of neighbors. He has turned neighbors' desire for nothing more than peace and quiet into an enforcement issue of the noise ordinance. Therefore, it is only fair that the ordinance, especially provision dealing with music and speech, be enforced now. If the ordinance needs a revision under the discussion of the general plan, let that take place in its good time. Spring is only 6 weeks away, and it won't be long before the outdoor event season is underway. Therefore, I ask that you, the town council, give the neighbors the protection the law intended. Until future changes are made, I request that you instruct the town staff to enforce the noise ordinance town-wide in its entirety. It is our only protection. It is only fair. Now, if you'd like to discuss this, I'm going to, otherwise I will move on to issues of the status report.
Quickly.
Okay. The status report was mostly based on an email that Mr. Garanghelli sent to the town manager, and therefore there are some gaps. Mr. Toy also received an email from the neighbors. I believe the date was November 24th, signed by 12 neighbors, but he did not mention that. Chief Moran agreed to resume sending officers to Deer Park Villa when the department gets noise complaints, which is a very important point. I'm surprised that Mr. Toy did not include that. The neighbors recommended a professional, unbiased sound engineer, whereas Mr. Garanghelli responded by saying he would consult his cousin. Other solutions were given other than the ones mentioned in the email Mr. Garanghelli wrote to the town manager, and they were not mentioned. I'd also like to add that since the Deer Park Villa meeting, speakers still hang high from trees, pointing in many directions, projecting sound over the restaurant roof as far as almost a quarter of a mile away. An instant report from the police department clearly shows that excessive noise complaints have increased, and Mr. Garanghelli has been found guilty in court of violating the Fairfax noise ordinance. We have taken sound readings as basically a technique of self-policing, meaning that he feels comfortable to have events as loud as possible under the law. But that means he has to be very, very careful. Sometimes it works. Unfortunately, once for him it didn't. We don't take pleasure in him getting fines. We don't take pleasure in him losing business. All we want is peace and quiet. Next steps, if I have time for that, or would you like to?
I'm trusting that you're speaking for the whole community.
Well, there are. Let's see. How many people here are in support of this? Let's see. Yeah, I believe there are 9 of us. So I'm not interested in taking a lot of time. There are other people who want to speak, so maybe I should stop here.
Will you all be speaking, or has Bob sort of encapsulated? Okay, take a few more minutes then.
Okay.
Because you're speaking for the whole group.
One person is going to speak in addition to me. No, excuse me, two people are going to speak in addition to me.
Okay.
Okay. So, Allison, shall I just go ahead and read this? Okay. So, I also wanted to bring up next steps. The meeting at Deer Park Villa was an opportunity to share ideas. Now it is time to sit down and discuss the pros and cons of those ideas. We feel that the most effective way to contain music to those to whom it is intended is, short of assigning everybody earbuds, is to limit amplified speech and music to indoors. We are prepared to address any concern that Mr. Garanghelli might have with the solution. We are also open to discuss any and all solutions mentioned at the meeting. We have done much research on how other communities and party venues deal with the issue of noise. We recommend as next steps that the council direct staff to facilitate the next meeting that can be held at the Women's Club for that purpose. We're talking about a small amount of people, perhaps Mr. Garanghelli and myself, perhaps 2 people on his side, 2 people on my side. This is not a general, let's have a show of force. This is getting down to the nitty-gritty. We look forward to Mr. Garanghelli's continued willingness to work with the neighbors.
Bob? Sure. Okay. One or more of you want to, please, come on out.
Thank you, Bob. Allison Mulliken, 60 Porteous, and I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to us and take our considerations into your consideration tonight, our concerns, rather. I have to say, personally, the sound has been excessive for me. I've lived on Porteous for 5 years, and when we moved there, my kids were very young, and we couldn't really entertain. But now, I can't even sit on the patio and just have a conversation really on a Saturday night. So it really is quite strongly loud music that we're talking about. I have done some research and looked into other venues that have events and parties and weddings all around Marin County. I have yet to find one that allows late night amplified outdoor music until 10 p.m. I cannot find another venue that is allowed to do this, and in particular any night of the week. So this does seem like Deer Park Villa has quite a different orientation, and especially in the neighborhood that we live in. Thank you.
Was there one other member of the community? No? Okay. Mike?
I'm not really sure what to say. I don't know.
Let me suggest, and I know you're
you're
seriously
gonna
under
speak
the
for me?
weather here.
Go ahead.
This seems to be, if we don't get to the bottom of this, if we don't reach some accommodation somehow between you folks and those folks, this is just going to go on, and it's just festering like a bad sore. So, do you have some idea of how we can bring this to, an amicable conclusion?
We can close? No, seriously. I mean, what do you want me to do? Here's the thing. First of all, I think my name was mentioned more than Deer Park Villa, so this almost sounds personal, quite frankly. Sorry to say, but it does. And Mr. Garanghelli, that's me, actually does care about this town and actually does care about its neighbors, and also cares about the 60 to 100 employees that work at Deer Park Villa and the thousands of people who come to our place each year. And over the last 92 years, Mr. Garanghelli actually wants to keep Deer Park Villa just the way it is, pristine, almost untouched in the last 100 years, original buildings. I mean, really, it's pretty much what Fairfax is all about. And so actually, I disagree wholeheartedly with Mr. Stempel. I do respond. We do take calls. We try to do our best. If we had continued to operate the business the way it had been operated the past 20 years, it would be out of business. It was basically out of business when I got there. So really, that's, I believe, judging from the few neighbors that are here tonight, that's their intention. Their intention is to close Deer Park Villa, and my intention is to keep it open. So saying that I want to comply with the law, I don't know. Does that make me a criminal? I don't think so. One violation in 92 years? I think we've been listening to our neighbors. And by the way, I will continue to do our best. One of the things we have done, which has not been noted here tonight, is that we virtually cut out all our nighttime entertainment. And that was by design. Because what we really need to do is to have music provided for the weddings and those types of parties. We can have a restaurant that doesn't necessarily have live music. We can just, so that was kind of where I thought would be a good compromise. I didn't think I had to tell them that. I just did it. This last I heard.
Clarify, that might be a very important point. Can you just say that one more time?
Well, if you look at, we used to put out a monthly calendar of music events, have music 5 nights a week, 6, 7 nights a week, and now we hardly have any music. I mean, I pay a little tribute here and there to some of the old timers and have some music for them twice a month right now.
So what time does the music end by, except for the exception?
Well, right now it's indoors. It's, you know, it's cold. I don't think they've heard too much of Deer Park in the last few months because we've been virtually dormant. Not that it's their concern how we survive.
But when you know, it will be warm soon, and
It
what
will
time
be.
will the music be over? In the evenings?
Well, there won't be nightly music like I did when I first opened. Well, I say I first opened, but when I came back. You know, our plan is to keep the music down when we have a wedding. If we feel it's warranted, we'll move it inside. And, but you know, like I said, there's a, you know, everyone has rights, I suppose. We have some rights too. And so I'm not willing to change my rights, but I'm willing to be a good neighbor. And I think we have been. I don't think they've heard a peep out of Deer Park in 2 months, as a for instance.
Can I make a suggestion so that I'm not micromanaging this? It seemed, I did not attend by design, but it seems as if the sit-down that you had a couple of months ago was worked out well. Can I suggest a second one, and I'll volunteer a member of our staff to have a follow-up?
I'm happy to do it, but our intention is to continue to be a good neighbor. I'm not, whatever can come from that, that's fine. I didn't invite any supporters here tonight. In fact, I barely made it out of bed to come here. So, but knowing that, you know, Mr. Stemple seems to have some sort of personal vendetta. I'm sorry, but he mentioned my name 25 times in his presentation. And that doesn't sound like Deer Park Villa to me. That sounds like something else.
Okay.
To me.
Wait. Let's
because
just,
neighbors, by the way, it works both ways, as you know.
I get it, and you know, I appreciate it. And the thing about Fairfax is we do live cheek by jowl here, so you know we're very close in. Might I suggest that staff is going to coordinate a follow-up meeting between you when you feel better and Mr. Stemple and the neighbors over on Porteous and elsewhere, and see if we can't take, I think, a good first step that you had in your last meeting, and see if we can drill down and actually implement some of this stuff effectively.
Okay, once again, you have laws in place. You have a general plan that speaks different than the laws that are actually in place. Okay, let me just give you what I can remember of what I studied or read, if I can remember it correctly. The average decibel level in Fairfax on a 24-hour basis is 62 decibels. Okay, and we're not allowed to go over 55. That's our goal, is not to go over 55, be under 55. That's great. But that's the classic catch-22. We're already below the average. So we're doing our best, and we will continue. I'll have a meeting, but let me just say right now, I don't have an intention of closing the restaurant, which is what I believe that they would like to happen.
Well, I
do think the council, and I've heard of this rumor going around the neighborhood, and from my supporters. And let me just say that I think the oldest running family restaurant in Marin County, Fairfax, is supposed to hang its hat on sustainability and greendom and all those things. Well, we've been doing that. All we want to do is run our business, be good neighbors, but we don't want to be harassed. That's all we ask. Be treated fairly like everyone else.
And I think there's a middle ground to be found. So I've asked, and the manager has nodded at me, that we'll set up another meeting and see if we can drill down on some of the acute concerns and see if we can reach some happy medium where everybody's going to be. As we say in the legal business, a good settlement is one that makes everybody miserable. Maybe we can have one that makes everybody just a little bit happier.
Thank you.
Feel better.
Can I just ask a quick question? In one of the bullet points here, Mike, the third one says that the outdoor amplified music is currently at a 10 p.m. ending time. Is that, because I wasn't quite sure by how you were describing it, if that is
I'm
actually...
not trying to strive to go to 10 o'clock. What I've basically been trying to do is, if it's going to go past 9 o'clock, is to move it inside. That's kind of our new thought process. And if it needs to, what it is that a lot of times this music needs to be played for the first dance and that type of thing. And then what we're suggesting to people, although we're not forcing them to do it, is go ahead and go inside for the second part of the music, which would be more the upbeat and the dancing part. But it is a big attraction. And anyway, we're just we're trying to be good neighbors. We're trying to live within the law, which I always thought was important. And that's it, I guess. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Feel better. Okay. Come to the podium. If he asks us a question, he gets a merit badge. Is that how it works?
Hi. Do I need to say my name and address and all that? Okay, I'm Connor Jensen, 34 and a half Willow Avenue. And just my question, as somebody who doesn't quite know all the ins and outs of this issue, is it that the music venue was coming into a quiet neighborhood, or was it that people were moving into houses next to a music venue? So I just kind of want to know.
How about if we answer it a little bit different, for myself, it doesn't really matter. What really matters is the facts that are on the ground now. The quiet enjoyment on the one side that the neighbors seek, on the other hand, a viable and important long-term business which has deep roots in the community. As to whether there's a chicken or an egg thing here, more of a philosophical question than what we usually deal with, which is how to resolve problems and make for a good community.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Do you want me to turn this off?
Okay, with that, thank you, neighbors, for coming by. For what? Quickly.
Is it possible to address the issue of enforcing the what's called the, let's see, something for quality of sound sentence.
Why don't you have that conversation with Garrett offline?
Okay.
Because what I'm trying not to do here is I've managed to throw an asbestos blanket on a hot fire, and I don't want you stirring it up right now.
Fine, I totally understand. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on back to number 11, adoption of that interim urgency ordinance. Jim, are you taking it on this? Garrett.
So the item before you tonight is what we're recommending is you conduct a public hearing and then adopt an interim urgency zoning ordinance prohibiting approvals within the highway commercial zoning district during the pendency of the town's adoption of permanent zoning regulations and declaring the urgency thereof. Maybe it's a little background. In April 2012, the town, sorry.
Yeah. As I was alerted by the town attorney earlier, my residence is within the distance from this, so 500 feet. So I unfortunately need to recuse myself from this. So I will be
The
back.
council member has to recuse himself or herself from a zoning issue that is pretty much a big fat swath through the middle of the town? We lose the advantage of a council member's expertise?
On this particular issue, yes. I mean, it's very close, but we do recommend an abundance of caution that he do recuse himself.
I didn't want to do it, but...
All right, John, thanks very
The
much.
500-foot rule is a rebuttable presumption, but it's presumption of a conflict because he's close to an area that we are rezoning.
Okay. John, nice seeing you.
Okay. Well, I'll be happy to speak
All right,
from the
Garrett,
audience.
quickly take us through this.
So maybe as background, back in April 2012, the town adopted its general plan. That's your overarching land use authority. Within that general plan, what it did recommend is that all the parcels zoned highway commercial actually be rezoned to central commercial. Highway commercial is defined as uses really associated with automobile uses, and central commercial is more slated toward pedestrian uses and for things like your downtown. And so while, I think I should point out, while staff is currently processing the rezoning of property zone CH to CC, and while the Planning Commission actually last week considered the matter and is recommending approval by the Town Council, and where the Town Council has a special meeting planned for next week to consider the matter, it does take a lot of time. And so what's happening is during the time period from when the CC zoning will take place, someone can still apply for uses under a CH. But the problem with that, or a potential problem, would be for a use in the CH zone, when they apply, it may actually be inconsistent or actually in conflict with the use, either use or a land use regulation related in your CC zone. Plus, it could be in conflict with the vision for your downtown plan as dictated in your general plan. So staff is recommending to avoid that conflict that the council adopt an urgency ordinance. And this urgency ordinance, what it would do is it would prohibit the approval of any subdivision, use permit, variance, design review, sign application, or any other discretionary approval, town permit required for properties within the highway commercial zone. The only exception would be if within the last 30 days, if an applicant has submitted a completed application or received prior land use approvals, they would be allowed to continue in the process or get their permits. In addition, staff would also be allowed to issue building permits during this, what we're calling a moratorium. Now, it should also be noted that this moratorium takes effect. If you adopt it tonight, it does require 4/5 vote, so it would have to be 4-0 since there's only 4 of you up there. And it lasts for 45 days. Now, it should be noted that most likely, best case scenario is the CC zoning probably would not take effect till beyond that 45 days. So in March, the council may want to consider extending the moratorium to cover the period by which the CC zoning would take place.
It's only a period of about 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, it's assuming that council approves it in February and the first reading in March, it would take effect April 4th. So you'd have roughly a 2-week window there between the expiration of the 45 days and what you'd have to look at to extend. So with that, that really concludes the staff report. With that, any questions?
Questions of Garrett?
I just had a question. What do you project to be the amount of time that's required to actually do the full changeover in the zoning?
Best case scenario is the council considers this on February 13th, And if you introduce the first reading, then it would go to you for a second reading in your March 5th meeting, and then it takes effect 30 days from March 5th. So that's about April 4th. This moratorium would expire 45 days from now, which is roughly the end, a little close to the end of March. So you're talking a 2-week gap there.
And then can be renewed, yes.
Right, it can be extended, and you would need to do it at your March meeting.
Barbara.
Yeah, I just have two clarifying questions regarding the actual ordinance. I noticed in the staff report and in the ordinance that you're trying to allow people who already got approvals to move forward, and I think that's a really good approach. On line 37 in the whereas, and also on line 72 in section 3, my question is, we're talking about approvals within the last 90 days, which sounds great, but my question is, should we say or greater or something like that? Because what if somebody got approvals within the last 6 months and they hadn't yet completed the project? And that's just an example, so should we say that?
Well, actually, we thought about that. Staff's not aware of any projects that are in that situation, but the reason we said 90 days was to prevent a situation where someone actually had approvals from 5 years ago for some reason, and it could be demonstrated it didn't expire because it's not clear that our approvals expire. Then they'd be allowed to go through the process, and maybe that is a use that's inconsistent with where you want to be. So we wanted to create a finite window.
Okay, well, thank you. I think that's really helpful.
So staff doesn't think there's any pending applications that are going to be sort of caught in the middle on this thing?
As far as we know right now, there's 2 completed applications in the process. So there's 2 that would fall within the 90 days and be allowed to continue in the process.
And does that include the 2001 Sir Francis Drake?
No.
So there's 2 in addition to that?
2 in addition.
And do you have the addresses of those 2?
Yes, one's, well, I don't know what the address of the Java Hut is, but it's Java Hut. And the other gym is, Daily Method. No, there's one other one. Smoothie Shop? No. You know what? I have to look at my notes. Okay. But there is one other one with a completed application.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask is if we know we're going to have a 2-week gap, why don't we just pass this thing for 60 days?
Because the statute says 45, and then you can extend it up to a year on your second term, so it's 10 months and 15 days, up to, and then the next time you could go another year. So it's 3 pieces, and the statute is very clear about those 3 pieces, and you can't.
Good answer.
Sorry. Yeah.
Because you have to.
Other questions of staff? No, seeing none, let's hear from the public on this. Anybody from the public want to speak? Okay, good. Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back. I'll take a motion.
I would move approval.
Second.
We have Bragman and Kohler. All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. John Reed, come on back. And you leave. Okay.
Our home is within the 500-foot conflict zone of this project, so I'm recusing myself and I'm going to exit stage right.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm going to try and be very brief. Despite the voluminous amount of material before you tonight on this item, it really boils down to a very simple issue. I'll try to frame that It boils down to a very, very simple issue. And I'll try to frame that succinctly tonight, as I did before the Planning Commission meeting on November 21st when this was denied. Before I boil it down to that, let me just briefly mention that this exact application came before the Planning Commission on February 19th of 2009, just prior to my arrival in this position with the town. And then it was denied on that date, and it was appealed to council on August 5th, 2009. I was here for that appeal, so I have a recollection of that event. The exact same application came in, we processed it, it was heard by the Planning Commission on November 21st, and it was denied. Mr. Owens has appealed that denial, and we're here tonight again for the exact same request before you. And that request, in essence, is to build a second unit in the lower level of the existing home that Mr. Owens built, and that lower level resides below the existing house and a garage above the house but connected to the house. The way that stories are counted in the town's code is by levels, no matter where those levels exist on the lot. Are you with me? So you have a garage, you have 2 levels of living, and then you have this lower space below the existing residence, okay? And in fact, when the original, there was an application that came in for the garage, and there was this long history here, but the applicant himself said the garage and the storage under it are attached to the house. So, the code is very specific on downhill lots in the RS6 zone. It says 35 feet or 3 floors. Mr. Owens would like a variance to the height. That is a special exception to how every other property in my almost 5 years here in town has been dealt with regards to the height limit in the residential zones and the maximum amount of floors being 3. Okay? So in essence, what Mr. Owens is asking you tonight to do is to give an exception to his request to this requirement of height regulations, when in fact the appropriate way to address his request would be to amend the ordinance. In fact, citizens can come forward with general plan amendments or ordinance amendments. It goes through the Planning Commission, then up to you for codification. I recommended to the Planning Commission on November 21st, and I'm recommending it to you tonight, to not even worry about the discussion of the second unit, proposed second unit parking, whether, you know, the piece of it that's involving the second unit parking in the public right-of-way and or within the side yard setback. You don't even need to go there tonight. It's moot if you cannot make the findings for allowing a 4th floor on this property, which I urge you to not allow. It would open up the floodgates. It would change the entire protocol. If you want to address this in the future by amending the town code, we can go to work and make recommendations for you. Again, I had a meeting with Mr. Owens and his attorney who's here tonight prior to the Planning Commission meeting. And I spoke on record at that meeting that I believed that the 3 of us had come to an agreement that in essence, don't even worry about the parking if you cannot get past the height regulations. It boils down to the height regulation, period.
All right, let's go over a few things. 2009, when this project came up, you were sitting there, I was sitting here. The only thing that seems to be different is everybody else up here is now different. Are you telling me that it's the same project?
It's the exact same project.
Has the Fairfax Town Code applicable to this project changed?
Nope.
So the only thing that's changed is you and I have more gray in our beards? So why is this project in front of us again? I can't recall another time in my 8+ years where somebody has brought a project that was denied with no change back to council.
Our code restricts coming back with the same application. You can't do it within 6 months, I believe. It's Mr. Owens' prerogative to do that. That's what he's done.
Other questions of staff by council?
I actually had a question about precedents. Are there any other approved or in the past approved projects of a 4-story?
No,
None.
and you were provided an extra bit of information by Mr. Owens explaining, actually, I believe it was a part of his letter, most recent letter,
Yeah,
and it talked about exceptions. Every one of those exceptions is not regarding the height. It's regarding parking in the public right-of-way or within the side yard setback.
Thank you.
I think I'm asking the same question that the mayor did. So in my look at this, it's kind of the second bite of the apple for the same project. And what I guess I'm hearing is the town code allows, if 6 months has passed, to bring this very same project back, even though it's been to the Planning Commission now twice, and it had been denied by the council.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And in looking at this, I see, I'm looking at it new, but that was something that struck me as of concern. But I know the applicant brings out things about the housing element, but I look at the rest of the general plan and the land use elements, talking about the introduction speaks to the land use element as kind of the broadest scope of the general plan. The goal of land use element 7 talks about preserving community and neighborhood character. There's a land use 7.2 objective talks about preserving, maintaining, and enhancing, and goes on to say the existing character, and then in my own notes wrote scale and quality of life in the residential neighborhood. So the scale really struck me. And then going on to policy 7.2.1 of the land use element talks again about new and renewed development, et cetera, shall be compatible with the same type of idea, and then goes on to say scale of structures in the vicinity. So those kinds of things struck me. I did go on and look a little bit at parking, and I realize you're mentioning that if we can't get past the height element, the parking is not a big issue, but there were things that struck me that this type of parking that would be in a lot of the right-of-way, again, would be inconsistent with land use policy 7.2.3, which talks about it shall not result in undue hardship or significant negative impacts. So I worried about that, but hearing your statement, I'm going back to, our general plan again sort of sets the tone, and we learned that spending a lot of time with the proposed development in the last 2 meetings. So I think this is really kind of setting the tone, and again, it keeps mentioning scale.
And may I just address what you mentioned about the general plan's different elements and not landing on the housing element? Let me assure you, nothing in the original housing element adopted in April 2012, nor the amended housing element that was adopted in November and certified by the state thereafter, nothing in there calls for revising the code in the RS6 zone to allow 4 stories. We have a very progressive housing element. We have found a homegrown way to meet our requirement of state-mandated units that we are required to zone for so that they can be allowed to occur. We're not required by the state to produce 1 unit. We're required to produce the zoning that allows those units to occur. So a lot of the discussion in a lot of the background material provided is advocating for you to allow this second unit because it's part of the policy. Our policy is to promote second units in the appropriate location at the appropriate scale.
And I'll just echo that when I participated in that joint meeting where we talked about the new housing element and it went on to get certified by the state, that was really the tenor of that meeting as well. It wasn't just a second unit at the cost of some of the other considerations. So while I'm sympathetic to the issues of second units, it was not that we walk away from our other principles. So that kind of resonates strongly with me.
And I'm all for second units.
Let's get back on track. John?
Yeah, I mean, part of this is a house cleaning thing. Is I in one of the letters in the packet from the applicant, He mentioned that I had spoken to the planning commission at the planning commission hearing in 2009, and well, I did not find that in the minutes, and I can't remember exactly what I said at that point. I vaguely remember speaking at that meeting. I just wanted to state for the record that that's really here nor there. I'm able to judge this with, my own, at face value, exactly what's going on here and what's before us tonight. And I'm not prejudiced in one way or another.
Let's hear from the applicant.
Button. How's that? Good evening. My name's Alan Mayer, and as Jim pointed out, I'm the attorney for Mr. Owens. We have met. I thought we had a very fruitful meeting, and as Jim explained to the council, there's really only one issue here, and that is 4 stories or not 4 stories. Parking was not an issue. Encroachment's not really the issue. I want to point out that there are several things that this particular project, even though it's been submitted before, does for the town of Fairfax. It does supply additional housing, and it does it in the way that the town has asked for. We've heard tonight from small children, we've heard from environmentalists, and everybody says one step helps, one step at a time. That's what's being proposed here, is a building that is LEED certified, that is solar powered, that does not have an imposition in the community, that fits within the height requirements, that does everything the town of Fairfax wants. If this building, for example, were changed to 3 floors instead of 4 within the same height limit, it would be acceptable. What we're hearing and what we've been told is the fact that there are 4 levels, not the fact that it's within 35 feet, but the fact that it has 4 levels is offensive. That is what's wrong with the project. You can't tell from the outside whether it's 4 stories or 3 stories. It's the same height. There's no imposition on the view of neighbors because of the structure. There's no scale issue. The scale of the building is not what is a problem, and we've been through that. What's the problem is that technically it's 4 stories. One of the things that I think that's important to note is things do change with time, and that since 2009, there's more and more of an increasing need for housing, for second units. That's what we're trying to comply with. We're coming back to the town, and we're saying to the town, we do want to help. This is a good building. It's totally green, it's totally ecological, it fits everything the town wants to do. What goals are served by denying this? There is no goal that the town has that meets the criteria of its failure to approve this project.
Would you like me to suggest one?
Sure.
It is that this town is, its community, its citizens, its residents, have decided that they wish to live in homes that are built of a certain mass and size, and they do not wish it to go over 3 stories. They do not wish it to go over 3 stories because it will, as Jim said, open the proverbial floodgates of larger homes. And so we fight back against that and ask everyone to honor the collective spirit, which is a 3-story home.
Right, but the reality here is that the home is within the 35-foot height. So if it was 3 stories within the 35-foot height, it would be fine. Mm-hmm. But because there's 4 levels, it's not. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not here to fight the ordinance. That's why we're here to ask for a variance. We believe that this is a situation that is applicable, that does help the town, and I just want to reserve 30 seconds left and let other people have their comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Jim.
May I address a comment that the councilor made at the beginning? He said I had said that the parking was not an issue. That is, I'd like to correct that for the record. That is not what I believe I said or intended to say. I said discussing the parking is moot if you can't get past the 4 floors. There is, in fact, a lot of issues attached to the parking situation on that area, in that area of town, on that road. I simply said, don't even bother wasting your breath talking about it if you can't get past the 4-floor findings. And lastly, let me say, if you recall, at the appeal hearing last time, and I'm not sure you were involved at that time, Counselor, Mr. Owens had received his permit for the garage with storage underneath that he argued was connected to the house, so he didn't need a height variance for a 2-story ancillary structure. But he hadn't built the garage yet. And if you recall, I brought up the idea at the meeting. I said, well, you know, it occurs to me that the applicant has not built the garage. If he gave up the garage and didn't build it, then adding this second unit down below would comprise the 3rd floor. He rejected that offer at that meeting.
I remember it like it was 5 years ago. Mr. Mayor?
I just want to respond quickly, George.
Please.
If the council would like me to address the parking issue, I'd be happy to. If we're not going to get past the 4th story, I agree with Jim, and you know we'll just move on. But there is a lot to be said about that as well. So whatever you wish. You want me to just move on?
I think we're just moving on.
Okay. The only other thing I do want to mention is, and I've had discussions with the town attorney as to whether or not under the Permit Streamlining Act, the whole process is actually moot because the permit has actually already been approved. But I understand the city attorney differs in opinion on that.
Oh, I suspect so. Jim, a quick word.
I'll yield to Janet, town attorney, on this if she wants to chime in on this. But in fact, there are certain mechanisms that have to be employed if staff doesn't process things by the letter of the law. And those things did not occur. Assuming there was a window of opportunity for the applicant to do that, they cannot duck out the public meeting. We had the public meeting on November 21st.
We differ.
Members of the public would like to speak on this issue? Please give us your name and address.
Yes. So my name is Françoise Ramsey. I now live in Nevada City, but I'm a former resident of Fairfax, long-time resident. So my husband, Peter Ramsey, was a former planning commissioner and former member of the Affordable Housing Committee. To the mic? Okay, all right. So we went through the process of legalizing a second unit a few years ago, and that process was long and windy, took about 2.5 years. That was under the amnesty program. So that process took a fair amount of back and forth and requirements and basically a continuous collaboration with the planning commission and the building department. So one of the things, for instance, Peter suggested to Jim Moore that to waive a requirement for fire sprinklers. So that was one of the big issues, but there were also a number of variants that were granted to us. One of them, if I remember, was the use of parking in the setback. At that time, I don't think the issue of opening the floodgate to granting parking in the setback was raised. Another variance which was granted was the floor ratio between the second unit and the main residence was over the limit, which I think is 50% surface. Anyway, that was another variance that was granted, and again, I don't think the idea of opening the floodgates to large second unit was raised. So anyway, just I wanted to say that I would hope that Mr. Owen's project would also been given a fair hearing, and variances by definition are exceptions. So it doesn't mean that you change the rules or the code, but just the assessment of that project on its own. His project is simple and doesn't require any extension. It's within existing envelope of that building. It's not going to change the character of the neighborhood or the building itself. And I think I would petition the City Council to give it a fair hearing and approve his appeal.
I recall when we voted it down, Peter never talked to me again. He was so passionate about this issue. And I understand that, and I think it's a question of competing excellent values. Our need for affordable housing on the one side, but our long-held belief on the size of and mass of buildings on the other. And these two weigh in the balance. Both are very important. I suspect, for me, the weight falls on the size of the building.
What the size of a building would not be changed. The building doesn't change in the case of Mr. Owens.
True, but it would change the, well, we like to be talking about these floodgates of things. It would be changing the sense of we don't go to 4 stories. We just don't do it. We just don't do it. And we have not done it. And that is such a central point here. But I take the measure of your excellent argument, and that made by Peter 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I struggled with it then, and I'm not convinced that my decision then was incorrect.
Anyway, thanks for hearing me.
Of course. Can I ask you one other question? Wait, before you go. How's your daughter?
Excuse me?
How is your daughter?
Fine, thank you.
Good, thank you. Nicola.
Nicolo Calderero, 165 Frustuck. And I'd just like to say off the record that the children that were here, we should have them do a rain dance. That might change the situation. But to address this issue, I want to just say that it's really a first world problem because most people in the world live in less than 100 square feet. We don't have a housing problem in America. America has a space problem. We have 2 big houses with too few people living in them. And if Mr. Owens wants to help with the low-cost housing situation, he can rent a couple of rooms in his building, 2 people for under $500 a month. I don't see how adding another unit here that's going to would probably rent for $2,500 a month is going to help the housing problem of the baristas who are working downtown or are doing the gardening or the au pairs in here. We need low-cost housing, not more high-cost housing. We need to, when I was growing up, the average house in America was 1,200 square feet. Before the Second World War, it was 900 square feet for 5 people. 5 people living in those buildings. Now, this house is over 3,000 square feet, and the average house today in America is 2,500 square feet. So we're not making things better by building bigger houses. And no matter how green they are, they still have to be heated and cooled. So this is not a way of making things better. Secondly, we're making too many variances, and people are not honoring their agreements. If you just look at that blind curve on Frustuck, they were supposed to leave the area. They weren't supposed to just park on every hard space that they built, both in this building and on Deals, but they park in what was supposed to have been the fire lane. Every day someone parks in that. Deal parks his trucks, Mr. Owens parked his trucks. Basically it's parked up every day. Where they said, and Mr. Deal, that's a fire lane, nobody's supposed to be parking there. They got a variance to do that. and they're not living up to the agreement. So I don't see how, basically this does anything more than make things worse to allow this. And it just will create the opportunity for someone to make a legal challenge to build their 4-story building. So I think we should go on record that we want smaller houses, and I really think that we should pull out of ABAG and make a statement when we do it and say smaller houses, more efficient houses for the families that we have. We basically 2.5 people, less than, in some states, less than 2 people per house. Let's think about the future.
Frank?
Frank Ager, 13 Meadowway, Fairfax. The purpose in my speaking tonight is to provide the council with some history of the site and the conditional approvals that were granted by the council in 2004. I served as mayor in 2004 when this project originally came before the town council. The steep, undeveloped hillside lot has 2 frontages. The applicant proposed to build at the top of the lot to take advantage of the views. The upper portion of the site is highly visible from Cascades and Bolinas Road. The applicant's original proposal had height and bulk issues. Too big, too tall, and the garage and the covered garage parking was an issue blocking views from the street. The next door neighbor to the east hired an architect and a lawyer to protect her privacy and views to the west. The optimal solution was to build at the bottom of the lot, not the top. An agreement was struck with the adjacent property owner and the applicant. 1, reduce the height by eliminating the garage and allow only a car deck. 2, control the height limit by prohibiting a second unit. And 3, file a deed restriction to guarantee the conditions would be enforced. That was not done in 2004. The applicant has been back twice to overturn the original conditions. The house was on the market for, I believe, $1.2 million last year. Now, a garage has been allowed to be added, and that created the issue of height and bulk. The applicant is back for a second unit. The reason the house was allowed at the top was the conditions were agreed to by both parties, by everyone, the town, the applicant, and the neighbors. If this application is approved, the end result is any council condition approval means almost nothing because some other council down road is going to overturn those conditions that were applied that allowed the building to be built at that location in the first place. The recorded document restricting use is not what the council had approved in 2004. That document, I don't know where that document came from, I guess someplace in 2009, but it does not reflect what the council did in 2004. Anyway, parking is a huge problem on the hill, and setting a precedent for 4 stories is really not appropriate for our community. Thank you very much. I urge denial.
Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this? Okay.
I don't think we can, Paul Fitzgerald, 1 Corey Lane. I live 500 feet away or whatever. So the height issue, we do more than 4 stories. The house 2 doors up from them, I think if you count the parking structure, is actually 5. What we got to do is create affordable housing in the town. And the way we do that is to fit it in places. This is the perfect spot. We have to change our ordinances to do this. I think we have 3. By 2014, we have to have 170 or something units. We have 3 that have come in the last year or so, I guess. So what do? We have to change the town rules, and that's it. This has to go through, and we have to do it more. We have to grandfather in people's places that are illegal to reach that number, and that's one step closer to doing that. Thanks.
Jim, just to clarify for the gentleman, talk about creating affordable housing as against zoning for affordable housing and our requirements under state law and ABAC.
Well, there's actually portions of the town code that allow us to administratively approve second units if they meet all the requirements. We're promoting second units. We're actually going to be coming back with you with a renewed second unit amnesty ordinance for informal units that want to come in from the cold and get legitimated. We will be coming back with you in the future with recommendations to change the code with regard to new second units, which are closer to the town center and are easily accessed by emergency vehicles.
The question that Nicolo asked, which is affordable housing, an apartment. What would an apartment like this have to rent for to be affordable?
It depends on the size and the location, but in terms of affordability, I couldn't get you the index right now. But by definition, the smaller the unit, the more affordable. I totally agree with Professor Calderaro where he's going with this, and I think that overall as a society, that's where we're going. It's not one size fits all. It's where's the demand. The 2-parent, 2-kid household is less than 25% of the demand these days. We have a need for a variety of uses, and that's what the town, in its wisdom, in both the land use element and the housing element, has gone back to the future. It's promoting efficiency apartments upstairs in the downtown, like the historic character. It's promoting housing for seniors in the appropriate location. We're aggregating that single use.
I get it. I should have realized when I marched into your
sorry, this is my button.
into your wheelhouse. I should have understood. Please.
Council, staff, fellow citizens, I live at 111 Frustock. My name is Randall Gillette. I live there with my wife. I support the project just for pragmatic reasons, really. You know, additional housing for the town. The building is not going to change, really. The building's already there. I get the 4-story precedence dilemma for the town, but there's nothing got to change with the building. The building's going to look the same. It's not affecting views. It's the same footprint. We hear all the time in this country about how we're supposed to gather together and get infill into urban areas. I don't know, this is infill. It's already there, and that's just my opinion. We all have our opinions, and I know, my speaking for a minute's not going to change your vote. I'm sure you already know what your votes are. But
Well, I would never go that far. We try to listen carefully to everybody's opinion and reserve judgment until after it's completed. But I will say this. I thought that the planning director recalled from 2009 an interesting conversation in which the garage had not been built. Had the garage been not been built, this 4-story structure would be a 3-story structure, and the affordable housing that is in play and of great concern here would now be long filled by somebody with affordable housing. But it was Mr. Owen's desire to have, and he decided to have a garage. Okay, so he built a garage, but that turned it into a potential 4-story building. That was his choice at that time.
So the building now is considered a 3-story building?
No, now if it is a 3-story building, and if somebody lived in the other area, it would be a 4-story building. But it didn't have to be a potential 4-story building. It could have remained a 3-story building. He chose to build the garage. That turns it into a potential.
So if the apartment was built in this extra level, that would be considered a 4th story? This
Yes.
lower level that we're talking about?
Yes.
That's the fourth story, the lower level?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Can I just ask that Mr. Fitzgerald's question about aren't we required something like 170 units? And you started to ask Jim to explain that. Could we just talk about that real quick to clarify that, because it constantly comes up? It's the state's mandate to rezone in order to put
To allow,
housing.
to accommodate our regional housing needs assessment for our town. It does not say thou shalt build these units, thou shalt zone to allow the units to occur.
Right.
We are going the extra mile on the senior housing project at the Lutheran Church site and at the workforce housing site at Tenalima. We've arranged grants. We're trying to facilitate action to go vertical at the right scale. We're very proactive on this.
I just wanted to clarify, because people say there's only been 3 that have been grandfathered in, and how are we going to get to 170? But I just want to make sure that that went out to the public.
Thank you.
Mark.
Mark Bell, 63 Dominga. I remember several years ago there was a lady here when we were turning down cell towers at the movie theater who was complaining that she couldn't make a cell phone like she could when she moved here from Mountain View, and that everyone in town should be subjected to cell tower waves so that she could make her phone calls. And my response was, well, move back to Mountain View if your cell phone is so important to you. I don't see why we have to change all the town's codes. The town's codes have been put in there by people who've been deliberating them for decades. There's a reason why people want to live in Fairfax, because it's not Fresno, it's not Huntington Beach, it's not name your garbage community where major developers have gone in, twisted codes that they had them, and basically destroyed the place. People should be wanting to be more like Fairfax. People should be wanting their counties to be more like Marin, not make Marin like every place else. If you don't like it, supposedly it's a free country. Find someplace else to live. Thank you.
You know, Mark, you probably just slammed the door on us entering into a sister city relationship with Mountain View. Council, do you want the last word? Of course you can.
Hi, John Owens, the applicant. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that Mr. Egger said. We did negotiate with my neighbor, and she is a great neighbor. And with my next door neighbor, Joan, she actually wanted us to have a covered carport, and she also wanted us to have a garage. So they were not issues with our neighbors. There was no deed restriction on the height of the building. The deed restriction, which was very clear in the council minutes back in 2004, it was so that we would not turn a storage room under the garage into for residential use, and that's what we took from the minutes. So there was no other restrictions on the building, and those restrictions were made by the council, not by my neighbors. Thank you.
Incredibly, there actually may be a solution here.
If so, I'm bringing you in on the Gearing-Galley.
Well, I've settled more difficult ones before. John believes that he can redraw the plans so that there are 3 stories instead of 4, and at the same time reduce some of the square footage in the property. He'd like an opportunity to modify those plans, return here in 30 days for whenever the appropriate council meeting would be, go over the changes with planning. The size of the building is not going to change in any way, so the town council's concerns concerning mass will not be offended. All of the issues that I've heard raised here tonight should be able to be resolved. So what we would ask for is an opportunity to modify the plans. That's something that's done as, it's not unusual. It's not asking for a revision of any ordinance. And I believe we may well be able to put together what the town is looking for.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I understand this. So this whole Michigas for the last time is...
I'm familiar with that term, yes.
We had the Planning Commission consider this. We had town staff. Now the council. Time has been dedicated to this. You're going to jump in right here and tell us
I
what you
recommend
think.
to deny the appeal without prejudice. Let them come back in with renewed plans. I don't think you should take on the role of the Planning Commission. I'm suspicious here, are they going to try to separate the garage? Because at that time, the argument was made that the garage is separated so that they wouldn't have to get a variance for a two-story separated structure.
We're not going to do that.
Okay, fine. I'm just saying I have concerns about what this would be, and I don't think we should belabor the appeal. It's very clear on the issue of 4 floors. Let me just also add, we've kicked around the idea that he has a lot of square footage on the 2 floors where you could put a second unit in that building. Or, unfortunately, there's a deed restriction on the storage area, but that would have been a nice 330 square foot net second unit. However, there's still the parking issues. I urge you to deny this without prejudice and let them come back with another project if they want to.
Mr. Mayor?
I believe that modification is appropriate. I think that in terms of the time it will take, the fees that it will take, and I'm not just talking about the fees for the town, can be shortcutted, but in a way that still provides all the protections that the public would have. The public would have every right to comment. I think all the protections would be in place. And so I think it's appropriate, and it happens all the time.
Wait a minute. What I'm not happy about is, in our practice of law, the springing on the, and I feel that this has been sprung upon us without the opportunity and the counsel of our staff and town attorney. So I'm not happy about hearing this. And why do you disagree with the opportunity to deny without prejudice, and then should Mr. Owen want to bring this back in a different formulation, we're okay to review it?
I think we can save everyone a lot of time and money by having a modification of the existing plans. In terms of your concern about all of a sudden this is something new, I just found out about it today. I asked John to look into different ways that we can possibly satisfy that 4th story concern.
But we could have continued this hearing, and what I'm concerned about now is our options up here are not vast. It's prove, deny, they're...
I'm not disagreeing with that. One of the options that is available is a modification, and to put this over 30 days.
Hold on. All right, please.
Can I say,
Mayor,
can I say something?
Can I say something first? I would just say, having sat on the Planning Commission, not for this project, though, we've spent quite a bit of time on this and received voluminous documents, which I've read, I think, almost every bit of it. I think if we are going to have a modification to the project, it should go back to the Planning Commission, who has the expertise to really spend the time on this project. I don't agree with the idea of coming back to the council and starting anew with details of design, various things about floor area ratio, parking structures, all those things that the Planning Commission really has the expertise and the time to delve into in order to really evaluate the project. I will also say that I'm not suspicious. That's not my reasoning. I think really, having sat on the Planning Commission, they are the ones to really look at the modifications to the project, and I think that makes more sense rather than bringing it here for those of us who don't have the expertise to really evaluate the nuts and bolts of all these changes.
And may I just echo that I'm sorry, Jim. It's just, this is the amount of paperwork, and I heard this was submitted to the Planning Commission, and I know it's been submitted over the past. I would just really like to echo that it would go to the Planning Commission, who are the experts appointed by us to do this kind of thing, because I can't do this without that step being taken first. So that would give a fair process.
And I just want to say, perhaps I didn't use the right word when I said suspicious about what the changes are. What I meant was there has been no solution proposed to date on how to address the code issue on the height restriction. If by some miracle there was some way to propose a second unit, you'd be back to the issue of the parking, and that should be thoroughly vetted by the Planning Commission. So you're in an appellate hearing tonight. You're now being asked to become the Planning Commission on the next hearing. I highly recommend not doing that.
Mr. Mayor, last word?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, I think I will take the recommendation of the planning director and make a motion on my own to deny the project without prejudice, unless town council would like to advise another pathway.
I second that.
Hold on.
Could I have, before we
Oh.
vote, could I just have a bit of clarification as to what you mean by without prejudice?
That they can come back in with a modification for a second unit without having to wait the period after you lose an appeal.
A new application?
A new application,
Without having to wait the 6 months?
correct.
And what about fees?
Yeah, fees.
The fees, we don't recover all the cost of putting something like this show on.
Okay.
And we've been demanded by the application to make all the copies, which is usually done by the public. In both the hearings, we were demanded, because they questioned our policy to do that we collate and create all this background going back to 2003. We incurred a lot of costs. That's why we charge application fees.
So I'm just trying to clarify what the motion is. The motion without prejudice means new application, new set of fees, but doesn't have to wait the 6 months required by code. Is that what the maker?
I'm taking the measure of the recommendation from staff. Yes. Barbara, do you have any thoughts on that? Then we have Weinsoff, Goddard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I take the measure of your argument, and I hope that resolution can be found here.
Mr. Mayor, not this Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, this Mr. Mayor. Might I ask that we change the order of the discussion and consideration of the bike spine, because I know that our traffic engineer is here, and I know that there is a resident who has been here for 4 different meetings now and has been waiting patiently. And not seeing that there are other people here for the Chevron. You are here for that? Bike spine. Could we do that for these people? That would be great. Okay.
Okay, let's do 14.
Yes.
Are you back in here?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council. This is, oops.
No, actually, Claudia.
Okay, okay. I'll introduce myself.
We will pick up Barbara upon her return. Number 14, discussion and consideration of modifications to the bike spine project. Garrett?
Sure. You may recall back in November 2012, the council awarded a bid to Bruce Enterprises for an installation of the bike spine. That project actually entailed signage and road markings to identify a bike route to schools. In May and June of 2013, the council considered additional modifications to the project, and actually in August the project was started and completed in October 2013. Since that completion, staff has actually met with the traffic engineer. 2 council members have also indicated it'd be good for staff to check in with the traffic engineer to kind of potential fine-tuning of the bike spine improvements, and that's why we're here this evening. What we've come up with is a few suggested improvements, or at least improvements that require some council direction. One is regarding Chevron Court. The proposed bike spine route originally included signs, temporary signs in Shamron Court as to direct riders, Officer Francis Drake into Shamron Court. We did not install those signs due to residents' concerns, and what we're looking for tonight is some direction on that. Our traffic engineer actually, who is here, David Parisi, has indicated without signs, then you have a gap in your bike route. But one alternative for the council to consider is to put in the bike spine route prior to Shamron Court and Sir Francis Drake, and then that hopefully will address the issue. I can go through the other issues first for the other options, and then I can, or would you like to just discuss this first and move on to the
What I really
next
want to
option?
do and should have done before we started this, and I have to take the council's attention to this, we have an obligation at 10 o'clock to decide what we're going to be hearing this evening. So I'd be interested in what you're hearing just off the top of my head. Certainly the number 13 has to be heard. Larry's item number 21 has to be heard. I don't know how much time would be spent on 23, but that's important. And I know that 18 and 19 are important. I know Bruce would like to hear those, 17, 18, and 19. So I'm wondering if there's anything here that's less than important. You know, I don't want to say that the Roosters isn't important, but it's probably not important.
You can.
Yeah, go ahead.
My suggestion, Mr. Mayor and the council, is you could continue 22. You could continue 20.
I would actually really like to have 20 come up because it's
Well, I guess another option is you have a special meeting on the 13th. You could talk about some items then too, if you like.
I would say, just for my own.
That's right. Oh, I'm sorry. We can't have the second reading on the 13th, but I can include some of these other discussion items on the 13th.
Right.
So beyond the surplus policy, personal property, for some cockamamie reason, we haven't resolved this. What else can move off to the 13th?
13th, the work program for the town center plan. We could put that off to the 13th.
Sorry, Jim.
I mean, if we have to move it to the 13th, we can move 20. I'd rather get the climate action plan discussion happening.
All right, let's move 20 off. Thank you, Renee. Is that it?
We could probably move 23 if you want. I mean,
Are we just sending you to meet with Melinda?
yes.
Then let's do it so they
Okay.
can go meet with Melinda.
Okay.
Send our best, but.
I'll do that.
About the rooster nonsense.
I think the Roosters we've continued a few times. I would suggest just keeping it on this evening.
Okay, it's probably not going to take that much time. 4 to 1. All right, let's get back to the bike spine.
Okay. So one issue was on Shamron Court. The other is on Spruce, where was a suggestion from some residents along Spruce to increase bicycle safety to create a Spruce one-way from Park to Azalea. Staff agrees with the traffic engineer that we never really contemplated that. To do something like that would require lots of studies, lots of public outreach, and really at this point we're not recommending that we pursue that at this time, just due to the staff timing and the costs associated with that. The other issue is a stop sign at Spruce and Sequoia. Concern has been raised, increased bicycle safety. The traffic engineer is actually recommending something lesser of the stop sign in terms of adding more markings on the street to guide the bicyclists and the cars on that intersection to stay on their side of the lane. Traffic engineer has some other ideas, and he can also explain why he's thinking it to be phased as opposed to putting in stop sign at this time. We could do that on a later date. He's available to answer those questions. And the last item has to do with Oak Manor and Sir Francis Drake, the issue of the bicyclists as they come up to an intersection cutting through the parking lot, do that congestion there. And what the traffic engineer suggests, we could put some kind of signage to address that issue. He's also available to answer questions related with that. But with that, that concludes the staff report. And really the key is we're just seeking some direction from council tonight.
Questions of David?
I just said, there you are, okay. I don't really understand how terminating the bike spine before Shamron solves the problem. I mean, the kids still have to finish their trip to school, and just sort of peremptorily ending the path before they get there doesn't seem to accomplish that. So tell me what your thoughts are.
You're right, kids would not attend school if that was the case. Just kidding. That isn't my thought. My recommendation, our recommendation has been to continue the route all the way to White Hill Middle School. The route's a 2-mile route, and to end the designated route before the school was never in the plans. It was always to take the route all the way to the middle school. Okay. Do I need to repeat any of that? Yeah, the intent for on the plans and through the workshops was always to take the bike spine the entire 2 miles all the way to White Hill Middle School. Mm-hmm.
Ending it before then, just, that just kind of clips it. What about Glen, now that the construction's done? Is that, in other words, instead of routing it down Shamron, what about just maybe sending it down Glen?
Well, when we worked with the community and some of the council members too, and we looked at Glen. Glen is it's the route that carries the buses. It's very heavily trafficked, and not the preferred bicycle route.
Okay.
So I know that that the principal of White Hill has spent years trying to train kids off of Glen Drive because of the nature of the way the turnaround works, which there really isn't one because the buses are in the turnaround in the morning and the drop-off and the pickup times. Cars are backing out and doing three-point turns in and out of driveways. There's complete congestion, double parking, and to put kids up there on bikes has definitely been determined to be dangerous. Can I comment on the Shimron Court piece? That has also been a long time training by the school to encourage kids not to use Shimron Court because of the fact that the neighbors have got a stream of people, cars, drop-offs, idling cars all the time in their court using the field. The numbers of the school have increased since the neighbors lived there. They've actually shown incredible patience over time, if I may say so myself. I've sat in there in my car before waiting for kids and watched the soccer kids get dropped off. And so my suggestion would be that we put in the plan to actually create that route under the trees past Shimron Court between there and the field, widen it to make it work to code, and then we can put a sign that sends kids that way, the back way, into White Hill and riding along the field to get into school. In the meantime, to put an arrow and continue the bike spine onto Shimron Court is a disservice, frankly, to the neighborhood there. So, and then retraining it is a whole nother story. So I think there is a lot we can do. I don't know if you've looked at that, David, and measured that pathway, because I know it's overgrown and the paved part of it is narrow, but it could be widened without too much trouble, in my estimation. What do you think of that?
We'd have to take another look at it. The original plan that was actually decided on by the group that worked on, including council members, was to take the route temporarily down Shimron with at least signs, not putting the pavement markings on the ground, until a pathway was constructed that was wide enough and safe enough along Sir Francis Drake.
I'm wondering why we can't, you know how when something's being built, we'll often end something and then people just have to sort of fend for themselves because it's impossible to give a safe rerouting? Could we not temporarily end it prior to Shimron and then really get to work on widening that path to code so that we can legally send kids that way and then continue them on their route?
Do you mean the
versus
path,
temporary
the
Shimron?
path along Drake?
Yeah,
or
not the bike path on Drake, but once you turn off and you go under that canopy of trees that always gets too low.
Right,
right there off into the backside of the field at White Hill. Could we work on that, and in the meantime just sort of end it? It could be a temporary end to the. We need to sign it off.
That's what's being discussed as an option, is to temporarily in the bike spine right near Shimron. However, the sidewalk doesn't, along just off of Drake, doesn't classify as a Class 1 pathway. It's a sidewalk. won't accommodate children on bikes riding in two different directions. So,
But it's a sidewalk that just ends at the school.
right, but we technically cannot designate that as part of the bike route because it doesn't meet bikeway classification as much as a road would or bike lanes. That's part of the issue.
Dave?
You got me there.
If I may. Is it primarily the issue of the width of the sidewalk along Drake there that's the issue that makes it not a class one?
Because it's a sidewalk.
Yeah.
Yeah, mostly because it's a sidewalk. It's not a 10-foot plus multi-use pathway.
So it needs to be 10 foot plus?
And it needs to have separation from the vehicular lanes. It needs to have 5 feet of separation, and it needs to be at least 10 feet in width.
Well, that might be difficult right there.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was thinking if it was 8 feet or something like that, basically we've run into a problem in that the school district, Brett, I don't know what it's, public works guy for the school district or the building guy, extended that sidewalk and just saw that it was 5 feet wide and said, oh, well, that's the path. So I'm just going to extend that all the way through and pretty much did that on his own initiative. He didn't use a traffic engineer or anything, which is too bad because that pathway is 5 feet wide all the way over to White Hill School in effect. But if we were to make it as wide as practically possible, could we at that point say we did our best at given the configuration of what's
It seems to me we'd have to redesignate it. Could we redesignate it from a sidewalk which leads basically to the back of the field to a multi-use path that leads to the back of the field and then around the new crushed granite path to the school itself?
Well, again, technically, you cannot classify something as a multi-use path unless it meets specific width requirements and separation requirements as well. What you could do is, again, is technically in the path where it ends, and then request children to walk their bike, or they're going to use that route. If they will walk the bike, but a narrow sidewalk or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can guess how that'll turn out,
Yeah.
But at least we've made that recommend. They do that at all the schools. They recommend that the children walk and they enforce it as they will. But we just can't send kids onto a path that's not made for that to happen. But we also can't continue to take advantage of these neighbors.
Yeah.
To say something. I mean, it is a public street, isn't it? Isn't Shamron a public street?
No, you're gonna have to come up and talk to us. So, in fact, would anybody object if I invited the public up at this time to speak?
No, not at all.
Yes, it is a public street that was constructed as part of a PUD, which contains 22 or 23 houses on less than a quarter mile cul-de-sac. So it's a very congested, and it was built before codes. It was built in the 60s and 70s. So the houses are very dense. There were no sidewalks. The street is it really as narrow as some of the ones up in Hills? No, but it's a very narrow street. And it empties onto the field, Lefty Gomez Field, and the school. And the school has built a composite rock path, bike path, around Lefty Gomez Field, going out to Sir Francis Drake, where it would join to the sidewalk. The bike route actually goes along Sir Francis Drake, going up to the school, just until Shemran. Now, there's about a quarter of a block between Shemran and probably the school entrance. We have not designated, I believe we could designate that area next to the sidewalk as a bike path, just as a continuation of the Sir Francis Drake bike path that has gone up to that point of Shemran. So we're talking maybe a quarter block of designating a lane slightly wider for the bikes to empty out onto Lefty Gomez Field and hence the school. And our position would be to use that as a utilization because it's not unusual. It's in accordance with the bike path that runs all the way up Sir Francis Drake.
Could I just ask you, as far as the layout, so on the Shamron Court side of the sidewalk, does it slope? Is there a drop off?
There's no drop, but it's a blind turn, in which I've had problems with. I've lived there 15 years, and I'm always having, and I'm careful, I know, to ease my way in, but people are always having to slam their brakes on for pedestrians, and particularly at school times or when there's sporting activities.
Let me rephrase, and maybe David, you can answer the question for me. Is there enough shoulder on the sidewalk where we could widen it so as you're facing west? Is there enough right-of-way to the right of the sidewalk where we could widen it and create the 10-foot lane if we widened it to facing west, to the right as you're facing west?
You know, I don't believe so. There's some constraints with right-of-way and with topography in the area. There's also trees that make it very difficult to get that 10-foot width in there.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the sidewalk or
I'm
the
talking
bike?
about the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, the ideal scenario is we fix that and route the kids down the side of the field, which may change if Flood District 9 actually ends up excavating the field and putting in the berm, but,
Yeah, I think the area, ideally it would need some grading, some widening out toward the street where there's some extra pavement. It could be done. It's going to take some infrastructure.
Do we have the right-of-way?
I've not looked at the right-of-way, but it's something that would need some further study. I think we knew all along when we were developing the bike spine that would need further, design and a lot more work.
Now the path next to if you continued the bike path up Sir Francis Drake, up to the school, would there not be, how much space more would you need to line that out on the street? Because there's already a margin on that street.
Yeah,
there's a 3 foot margin already, which is sometimes no bigger than what we designate bike paths for going down to
We need to look further at that, but also it's going to be very important to not encourage children to ride against, facing traffic right next to the street. It'd be a two-way bike path.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just an inbound route.
Right.
It's also outbound.
So, and the other thing, as far as your particular problem, I was out there around 3:30 today. It looked relatively quiet on the street. So I'm just wondering.
That's because school got out at 2:15
School was out early today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I just would like, to me, I mean, really, just to be blunt, if it's a public street and we're dealing with public safety, then the public needs to be the thing that is protected.
Our residents on that street believe that routing any more traffic down that street does jeopardize public safety.
I have to agree with that. I think that the congestion on that street, the people backing out of their garages, the kids running by, the bikes on the sidewalk, coming through that little pathway, I think it's, I don't think it's the safest of the potential ways. I'd rather have signage that says kids walk your bike and send them up that sidewalk while we determine what to do to make that sidewalk compliant. That, just from watching there a lot.
I agree with Ms.
I also
Goddard.
want to know
Yes.
what that easement is.
That's our private easement. I mean, it's an easement, but it's a pedestrian easement. It never deals with making it larger, or it's never built with bike paths or any other public lane, but it's a property owner's easement for pedestrian traffic only.
I see the manager would like to interject a thought.
Right. If I may, Mr. Mayor and Council, it sounds like based on discussion, maybe a possible solution is there's no signs there now. So maybe David and staff can sit down and take a closer look at what it would take to meet the requirements of a Class 1 bike lane in that area, what the right-of-way is, and see what something like that could possibly cost. And really then, I don't want to put this on for the 13th again, but we can come back to you in March and have some
I think
numbers.
that's what we need to do.
Come back in March.
Okay, we'll come back in March with the plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. So does council agree that we'll bring this entire issue back in March, or just this segment?
There may well be.
I would
people here
recommend just the segment. I think there's other segments that people want to speak to.
Okay, let's
talking
move on
about
to
the
others.
stop sign.
Okay, then if we've moved from Shemran, let's talk about Spruce, the one-way from Park to Azalea. Does anybody here have any?
I think we're putting that one off.
Oh, that one's good.
It's the stop sign at Spruce and Sequoia that there are some comments about and that I have a strong recommendation about.
So you want to take that up?
Yes, that part, not the one-way part.
We also, maybe before we get to that, just since it sounds like we're through Spruce one way from Park to Azalea, also Oak Manor Drive and Sir Francis Drake, the recommendation is staff working with the town's traffic engineer to address this dangerous situation. Can we just approve the Oak Manor Drive and Sir Francis Drake adding signage, and that staff work with the town's traffic engineer because it's a dangerous situation?
So we've agreed on Spruce, the one-way from Park to Azalea?
Yes.
No.
No.
That we're not talking about that.
Okay, no.
So no. Okay, so that one's still in play. And so Spruce one-way to Azalea and Spruce and Sequoia add a stop sign, is that in play for conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and the Oak Manor should have a small conversation as well.
Okay, so are we continuing this conversation at 10:35, or are we moving it on to March? I mean, we got a lot of other items to deal with.
Let's go ahead and talk about the stop sign. We can deal with the other ones. If it's okay, would that allow us to close out the bike spine?
That'd be great. That's fine.
Okay, so Spruce and Sequoia add a stop sign.
Yes.
Or as an interim halfway measure, David Parisi is recommending.
Actually, do you want to just give us a
Guidelines.
report on that?
Sure. As according to the staff report, there's been a concern raised about cyclists and potential vehicular conflicts through the intersection. The bike spine route on the way from school designates bicyclists to head south on Sequoia, take a left onto Spruce, and then a right onto Park. At the Spruce and Sequoia intersection, it's a T intersection, or three-legged intersection, with just one stop sign. There's a stop sign on eastbound Spruce, which is a little odd, for a three-legged intersection to have it on one of the two legs of the kind of the main street of the T. We have recommended that instead of adding another stop sign to the Sequoia approach, which is a southbound approach, and by the way, the intent for stop signs is right-of-way control, not speed control, not how you guide motorists or cyclists or pedestrians through an intersection, but for right-of-way, to designate right-of-way. What we're recommending is to help clarify some of the routing, particularly when vehicles are driving westbound on Spruce, either going straight up Spruce through the Sequoia intersection or taking a right turn onto Sequoia, as well as vehicles that are going southbound on Sequoia and maybe cutting the corner when they're making a left turn. We're recommending some centerline striping through that to kind of designate a curve for vehicles that are going southbound on Sequoia, taking a left turn onto Spruce, to try to encourage vehicles not to cut the corner and potentially conflict with cyclists or other vehicles. Also, there's parking on the north side of Spruce just east of Sequoia that is pretty close to the intersection, which can obstruct sight lines. And so besides the centerline striping, we would encourage, or we'd like to consider some additional red paint along the north side of Spruce just east of Sequoia to improve sight lines. As a traffic engineer, typically we do not recommend, like I said before, additional stop signs because they are for right-of-way control. They can lead to unnecessary stops and delays. And so our recommendation here is to do the centerline striping and potential red curbs to again, improve sight lines and at the same time encourage motorists to drive, to calm the intersection a little bit more.
Or is there further conversation? Because if there is...
How much parking would you lose?
Pardon me?
One spot.
One space.
Are we agreed to this? No? We could talk about it more. But
Yeah, no, I know there's a public comment, but I also have,
So do you,
let's listen to the public first.
Hi, my name is Lance Martinez. I live at 74 Spruce Road. I'm glad this is included in the bike spine, but it's actually just a traffic awful intersection. I've lived there for 11 years, and I've worried about it all 11 years. And when I first moved in, I spoke to some of the older neighbors about it, and they said they had tried to get a stop sign in place before that and were denied, which I never really understood, so I just kind of suffered in silence. But with the addition of the bike spine and the addition of a stop sign on Spruce down at Arroyo, I thought this would be a good opportunity to try to see if they could include a stop sign at this intersection. Like he said, Spruce is the main street. It's a straight street that's teed into by Sequoia. And it's the only T anywhere in the neighborhood that I'm aware of that doesn't have a stop sign at the street that tees into the main street. And it's unsafe. People whip around that corner, and as I'm coming up Spruce to get to my house, it's not just cutting the corner, it's they don't slow down. And so as I'm going straight, I have to hit my brakes at least twice a week to avoid kids on bikes, cars turning, or all the bikers coming down from Tamarancho that are coming around the corner. Yesterday, for the first time, I almost got hit when I was walking my dogs down Spruce because a car was coming down Sequoia, whipped around the corner going up Spruce, and it doesn't have a stop sign or a yield sign, so they don't slow down. It's incredibly unsafe, and parking is awful. Almost every house across from us have 2 cars and 1 parking space. So they all park down the hill by Park or on Sequoia or on Spruce, where he's speaking about removing a parking space, which I think would make it even worse in the neighborhood. And I think acknowledging that it's a problem intersection, I don't understand why a stop sign wouldn't be the simplest, easiest, and safest solution to a bike route that has kids coming down it every day. So, that's all.
I think this needs more discussion. Don't you?
Well, I've looked at it a lot, and John and I have looked at it, and we looked at it with the spine, and I've looked at it with David, and I've walked it with Lance, and I do have to say that I've stood and watched. I've experienced it myself on a bike. I understand that a stop sign is not a speed mitigator, but what it does is it allows the parties involved in a multifaceted intersection with multimodal transportation going on to actually inch out from where that stop sign line is in order to see what's coming from the other directions. And with kids coming off of Park, some are following the recommendation of the bike spine, which is to go right on Spruce and left on Arroyo, but many are not, and many adults do not. And so cars are whipping off of Sequoia, turning left on Spruce.
Do you want a stop sign?
I really want a stop sign
Okay.
there. Because I really believe it's going to do what we need to do in our neighborhoods, which is to get people aware that we are sharing the road space.
Then let's put a stop sign in there.
Well, if it were just up to us.
It is just up to us. Is there any other public comment on this?
Can I make one more comment too? It's not clear to me, as a traffic engineer, if a stop sign was added to the Sequoia approach, and the westbound Spruce approach did not have a stop sign, I think this intersection would lead to more confusion for motorists and who has the right of way, because you're having the T have a stop sign, which is Sequoia. You'd be having eastbound Spruce have a stop sign, but westbound Spruce would not. So there could be 2 motorists who are stopped wondering what is happening with the westbound. After the westbound traffic is cleared, who has the right of way next? So in an intersection like this, it is very poor practice to put 2 stop signs in without one along one of the primary route. So if stop signs are going to go in here, I would ask the council to consider an all-way stop at this location, and not just 2 of the 3 legs.
So if it was all-way, does that meet the standard?
Again, this is one of those things where stop signs are not meant for speed control. In fact, they can lead toward more violations if stop signs are unwarranted because of low volumes. They're meant for right-of-way control, so that's what the intent of stop signs is for.
Okay, okay.
There's only about 16 houses that go up Spruce, 16 to 17 houses beyond the intersection of Sequoia and Spruce. So the traffic coming down that hits the existing stop sign on Spruce is minimal. I think putting all stops would be ridiculous and overkill. And I don't understand why stop signs aren't meant to be speed control, because they make you stop. Or at least you're supposed to stop. I mean, that controls the speed, it controls the unsafe intersection. And I think putting it 3 ways is just too much. I mean, putting a simple stop sign in, 1 stop sign, you stop, you look, it's a small, slow neighborhood flow of traffic, is all that's needed.
How about those Warriors? Make a decision, let's go. What do we want to do? Always stop sign, one-way stop, 1 stop sign, no stop signs?
Well, I was not in favor of stop signs from the beginning. I've also received a lot of mail from different neighbors who were in support of stop signs, but they said, oh, but don't take away our parking, which I believe that stop signs, we're probably talking about more than 1 spot if we're talking about an all-way stop.
Pardon me?
We're probably talking about losing more than 1 parking spot if we've got an all-way stop.
No.
Just still the 1.
In fact, we wouldn't lose a parking spot if we put the 1 stop sign. Am I correct? Because we're stopping people and they can inch out to see beyond that car. At this point, it's kind of a, take your chances and go.
It's kind of a free-for-all. Yeah, I've driven
That's
this.
right. You would not lose a parking spot if you did all-way stop. But again, just to emphasize, stop signs have, it's been proven time and time again, they're not speed control measures. They're for right-of-way. If there's low volumes and the intersections are not enforced, you'll see people rolling through stop signs, not stopping. They can also have unintended consequences with increase in rear-end collisions, as well as noise of slowing down and accelerating. So I just need, as a traffic engineer, it's my responsibility to put that out there. There are engineering studies that justify stop signs, but it's up to you.
I would actually like to recommend, is this an okay way to do this, is that we leave this meeting saying that the direction would be toward putting 1 stop sign, and then not act upon that yet, but to go out and again visualize it and see if you really think that it would require the all-way stop, and whether we could do it with 1 and have that be. I'm just not clear enough in my mind as to whether I could recommend just 1.
Let's bring it back in March.
But could we bring it back with all of this?
Yeah, I mean, especially since your recommendation is actually to guide traffic around this corner, I'm not altogether convinced that people aren't just going to cross over the line.
Let's just discuss it in March. I hate to be a bad dude here, but it's 11:15 and we want to get through at least a half a dozen more incredibly important things. And as important as this is, we've decided to discuss it in March. We'll do it de novo and have a full-throated discussion, because the manager is now knowing to give us fewer things to do on an evening. Because right now, it's becoming hard to focus intelligently on complex matters. So what we have here on this is that we've agreed to resolve the Shemran Court matter in the way that the manager suggested. We have Spruce 1 way from Park to Azalea, and Spruce and Sequoia add stop sign going to the March meeting. And then we have the Oak Manor Drive, the last one, Oak Manor Drive and St. Francis Drake, add signage. Is that a done deal, or do we push that to March as well?
Let's push it to March.
Okay. I hate to be the bad dude here, but it's...
Right.
Okay. Comes with the extra pay. Let's go back to number 13, adoption of a resolution denying application 1332 for development of 2001 Drake as a gas station convenience mart. Garrett.
Okay, I'll make it a very abbreviated staff report. As you recall, back in January, you concluded your public hearing related to all the development application for a gas station convenience mart. That was in direct reference to a direct referral by council for that item. At your council meeting, at the conclusion of the public hearing on the 15th, council, after careful consideration of all the materials, information, and comments from the public, staff, and the applicant and his team, directed staff to make findings. And what we did was the attached resolution incorporates the following. 1, findings required by town code to approve a use permit for a gas station convenience mart at this location could not be made given the details of proposed project. 2, proposed project failed to conform to applicable portions of the general plan. And 3, proposed project conflicted with the development regulations governing location of driveways in relation to nearby intersections. The resolution really represents staff's attempt to try to incorporate all the council's findings from that public hearing. And so it should be noted that, to the extent council wants to make changes, we can do that. Then staff can then incorporate those changes before the resolution has to get signed. However, I would like to point out, council member did point out to us that in section 4, the reference to the development standard in the town code says it's 12.12.03. It really should be 04, related to commercial driveways, so we can make that revision. And the other thing, under section 3, should the council decide that the references to the land use element, should it wish to augment that with the land use elements that we had indicated were possibly in conflict in the question and answer sheet attached to your staff report on the 15th, we can also add that to the resolution. So what we're recommending is you adopt the resolution denying application number 1332 for development of 2001 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard as a gas station convenience mart, and direct staff to make changes or revisions as appropriate, and we would incorporate those changes prior to the signing of the resolution by the mayor. That concludes the staff report.
Except that we'll need to know exactly what changes you want to make.
Yes. Does other members of council have specific language and wording that they would like to add, or questions of staff? Barbara? Larry?
Go ahead. Go ahead. For me on this, on the finding 4, section 4, my question would be whether to add at the end of that, and this is the driveway section about it conflicting with the town code on commercial driveways, whether we should add a clause at the end of that saying, and that without such egress circulation of westbound traffic intending to use the site would be inhibited and cause burdensome delays to traffic on Sir Francis Drake. And the reason I was suggesting that is because it really is a more specific finding as to why why not having that driveway really impacts circulation. So it's just a more specific finding that would corroborate denial or creation of a special privilege. So,
additional language?
no, I think, but your suggestion about adding the specific sections of the general plan that the planning director cited in his report, I thought was a good idea.
Barbara?
Yeah, and those are comments I have in the planning department director's report. So under section 3, we're talking about failure to conform to the general plan. And under the planning department director's report, we had a number of land use policy inconsistencies. We also had the circulation element. There was inconsistencies with the circulation element. In addition, there were inconsistencies with the conservation element. And I think in order to make this as strong as possible, we should flesh this. And I did not bring the specific language because it already is available rather than restating the general plan. I think that would really strengthen this resolution, in addition to making the change in section 4 that the manager mentioned.
Well, My comment's very similar to what Councilman Bragman said is, I mean, I think really it's the traffic circulation without the use of that right-of-way and driveway on Broadway really makes it so westbound traffic has got to clog up traffic. I mean, it basically makes it not work without the town providing that right-of-way.
So you like Larry's language on that?
Yeah, I think that works.
Excellent.
I mean, there's also tanker trucks can't make it in and out without using that driveway also.
Any other language changes you want to suggest?
Use of the town right-of-way is essential for the circulation of the service station.
Is there a place in here that you want to insert some language?
And I think
yeah, go ahead.
where it's mentioned is in that section 4.
Yeah, I mean, section 4 makes sense. I don't know about the circulation for the tanker trucks or whether we really need to call that out. It does make it stronger. I mean, it is a gas station.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
I'm sorry, maybe as a item of clarification, are you referring to section 2 where we talk about the circulation on the site?
Hold on.
Where it says prohibition on the use of public right-of-way area for parking and circulation purposes would effectively render the site incapable of providing all its required parking and inhibit free circulation across and through the site. Are you proposing
that would cover the use
Does
of the
that cover it?
station.
Or, okay.
Okay, so that grabs the tanker truck concern that John's raising.
Yeah, it does.
Renee, you got anything?
No, but as I was looking, I just was going to ask for clarification on, in section 4, where it says that Town Code 12.012.030, which provide that any driveway entrance or approach leading from the street into any premises, structure, or building to be used exclusively for residential purposes. I didn't quite understand that.
I'm sorry, we actually corrected that. It reads now section 12.12.04, which provides that any driveway entrance approach leading from a street into any premise, structure, or building to be used for manufacturing, industrial, or commercial purposes.
Oh, okay.
It's the wrong section.
Thank you.
We just quoted the wrong section.
Barbara?
Yeah, so a couple things. I believe section 4 you're referring to 12.040, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so going back to, I just want to be clear what I was asking. Going back to pointing out the inconsistency with the general plan, I think in your staff report, under your response to question 19 is where you really talk about the land use element, the circulation element, the various goals, and the conservation element. Or I just want to be clear that we're looking at the detail.
Same thing. So what I see here highlighted is in Mr. Moore's response to that question, we talked about goal C6, policy. Anyway, there's all these land use policies, conservation element,
Correct.
circulation element. You'd like us to identify all those policies and goals in the resolution.
Yes, because prior, in this earlier part of the staff report, there's a quick consolidation. So I just wanted to make clear that I was talking about the excruciating detail that will really strengthen this.
And within the resolution, you actually want us to list how it defines, because it has the whole definition of the policy, or can we just identify the policy?
I think just the policy itself.
Okay, so we don't have to write all the other
No,
verbiage.
all
Okay,
that
we
stuff.
got it.
Thank you.
One other correction, and this may be kind of overdoing it, but on the whereas on page 2, the second to the last one, so this is page 2, second to the last, whereas, third line up where it says, it starts of way, paren, the public right-of-way. You see that? It should, and then it says which, it should be, I would insert a portion of which had been used by the previous owner of the site.
Public right-of-way, which which had been used by a previous owner, a portion
A portion of which, because the encroachment permit that was issued by the town was a vegetation strip, planting strip. It wasn't, I don't want there to be any confusion that there was a general encroachment permit given over the Bank Street extension.
Good point.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
Any public comment on this matter? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to Sierra, really quick, Sierra. Turn on the mic.
Is it too late to get the Rainbow and Unicorn Refuge put on the property and maybe a water storage plant?
Thanks for stopping by. Good to speak with you. Okay, we're bringing it back to council. Can I have a motion here?
I would, I'm going to have to guide me through this. I would move to approve a resolution of the town council of the town of Fairfax denying application number 13-32 for development of 2001 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, APN 002-116-04 as a gas station convenience mart.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Can I just say something?
Yes.
With the changes discussed tonight,
Thank you.
Yes.
everybody's a little too quick.
Okay,
Yes.
and with that, we're done on this item. That was Goddard.
Could it, council, are you comfortable with that?
So the motion was to adopt the resolution included in the staff report with the changes that had just been outlined. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the second agrees with that? Okay.
You can live with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Larry. Okay. Might I suggest, let's skip over the darn Roosters and get on to 17, so we can send the long-suffering Bruce and Cassidy home. Number 17, which is adopt a resolution adopting the climate action plan. Jim?
You heard the presentation. We recommend you adopt it via the attached resolution.
Do we have any questions of the planning director? Seeing none, do we have any questions of, or do we take any public comment on this matter?
Could I make a public comment?
Why not?
And this is just directed to you guys. There's a book called Diet for a Hot Planet. And basically the premise of the book is that one of the easiest ways to avoid carbon pollution is by changing our diet. And I don't know if that's getting too down into what people do, but in Norway, the army in Norway doesn't eat meat on Mondays. They have a meatless Monday protocol. And, you know, if you really read the statistics, changing our diets, which all of us can do without spending a nickel, can collectively save a lot of carbon. So I don't know if we want to get into it in our carbon plan. I mean, maybe that's sort of micromanaging too much, but boy, it just seems like an opportunity that we should at least be publicizing and discussing. It's not to say that we can't eat meat, but it's a way of recognizing in our own practice a means of addressing it directly and personally and taking some responsibility for it. So just, I wanted to throw that out there for you guys.
Part of the Resilient Neighborhoods program, you go through that. They discuss the lifestyles and diet and all of that. So, yeah. Yeah.
Is there a place in the CAP that talks about local purchasing or local farmers market, or there is, so there is something touched upon?
Yeah, it talks about our local farmers market and purchasing locally, and I don't know exactly what section that is off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I think it might be woven in many of the sections in some way or another.
I think I would respond positively to both of those comments and say that I think my picture anyway would be that this CAP has been developed by a pretty small process. Cassidy and I, and a lot of technical work from Christine O'Rourke, and some participation from the GPIC earlier, but it kind of got handed over to the subcommittee because GPIC needed to get on with other things. It feels to me like this is now the opportunity to really get the discussion more open and get more people involved. And comments like this, I think, will come in as more people get involved. And I would expect, this is just my expectation out of the blue, that the cap might get augmented and revised in the
Can I just
not-too-distant future.
make one
with some
other suggestion? Is with the technology we have today, there's a town in Southern California, and I'm not sure which one it is. You are required to solarize your house, which I know is impractical here because of the shade, but it'd be very easy for us to do a inventory of solar sites in Fairfax. So that is something I know we've done the big. I know MEA has done the big inventory of big commercial, but it would be, I think, a huge service to the community for us to do a survey. Maybe a student could do it as a project. You could actually survey through GPS and Google Earth and all the other privacy invading technology that we have. You could survey solar potential of our residential properties here, and I think that would be a huge service for people if we did that, just so that we had that information. Going back to what we discussed about gray water, we don't charge permit fees for solar. We probably should take up eliminating permit fees for that gray water conversion that was discussed earlier. So, and there's one other thing. I guess that's it. It was the solar inventory, the food thing, eliminating the permit fees for gray water.
I'll say the one thing on solar that's bizarre, I mean, it goes back for me 15 whatever years, but when we put solar on the roof, I had to beg them to approve because we were going to get some rebates from the state because we had a redwood tree that cast a shadow over the thing for, X minutes per day. And they said, well, and I'm like, oh, you have to be kidding. You're putting me between the thing of whacking down a redwood tree or having solar on my roof? I mean, how crazy is that? So they're very strict when they hand out the bucks. And they should open up a little bit more and recognize that there's going to be part of the day when you don't get the full benefit, but of course they're paying for it to some degree. Yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
it's late, but you guys know that I love these kinds of discussions. For people who, I guess the one thing I want to point out is that there are often greater benefits to insulation and to plugging leaks in a home, and even to changing light bulbs, especially to LED light bulbs that we have now, that in terms of cost and benefit, it's just head over, way over the top compared to putting solar on the roof. And so it's something for us all to sort of keep in mind that really there are some other things that are sometimes harder to do because they're more disruptive of the home, like putting insulation in is kind of a pain in the neck, whereas putting solar on your roof, you just sort of write a check. So if you got the money to write the check, then putting solar is pretty easy, Whereas insulation is always, no matter what you do, it disrupts your household somewhat. So there are things like that are, it's not a linear thing, but if we really are serious about climate change, there are things we can look at that every house can do.
But this was
especially old houses like this.
This was the whole thing about the PACE program that that got whomped. The whole ability to put it on your taxes and pay it off over 20 years was just stunningly brilliant.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what we need. We need to, that solves the conundrum between renters and owners.
Yes, it does.
As to, nobody gets enough benefit to fork out the cash to do the job. The PACE program is what would solve that problem.
Can I just suggest something? I think that this document, I think we should move to approve it. But I would also say, I think, Bruce, you mentioned, I think the document, as you go on with the committee, there will be, there can be parts of it that are living, and you can augment this document with some of these good ideas. I think it is pretty late for us to start discussing them now, but I would really suggest that we move to approve this document and thank both of you for all your hard effort.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Probably done with.
Well, if I might make a comment, there's more than just this document here. I mean, it's that's the next thing. Well, I mean, it is a living document, and I think that it will grow with the appointment of the next.
Okay,
so
so
I will say aye to that.
And Michelle, did you get the? Okay, you got who did it? Barbara and Larry. Okay. All right. With that, we'll move on to number. Thank you. To number 18. The adoption of a resolution establishing a climate action committee as a subcommittee of the GPEC.
Yes, and the way it's been structured was recommended by the General Plan Implementation Committee, and those are bullet points represented in your staff report, and they also prevail in the resolution. One caveat, we're recommending you approve the resolution creating the Climate Action Committee. One caveat, we have heard that possibly one and possibly two of you on the town council would like to serve on the Climate Action Committee. So that opens up kind of a can of worms. If there are two people on the subcommittee of the Climate Action Committee from the council, you already have one member of the GPIC. So when the subcommittee would meet with the GPIC, we would have a problem because there would be a quorum of the town council. So you could do two things. You could have one of those two members bow out when the meeting, when it combines. You could restrict the participation from a council member on the CAC, the Climate Action Committee, to one member, or if you got some other ideas. But that would be our recommendation would be either to have an agreement that one person bows out if you're going to have two on the Climate Action Committee, or preferably just to have one member from the council flip a coin. I know that may not.
I might be able to make this easier. I'm willing to I think it's Barbara, right? Yeah, I would love to have you serve. In my volunteer capacity with Sustainable Fairfax as the vice president, I'll be involved in many initiatives.
Yes.
You know, as I have in the past. And so I think that it would make much more sense to not have that conflict and not, I think there was something about having flexibility so that staff didn't have to attend every time this committee wanted to come together to take some action. And I think that the less staff time we need to use and the less posting and all that kind of stuff, the better. And I think you'll do a great job. So
okay.
To make it easier.
Great. And with that friendly suggestion, let me just say then we would recommend a friendly edit to the resolution in front of you, and that would be on the first page of the resolution, the second bullet. It says GPIC will be responsible for interviewing, selecting, and removing applicants for CAC membership. Semicolon, I would add, unless there is a town council member, in which case that member would be appointed by the town council. In other words, you don't want the CAC interviewing a member of council, which is their boss. So with that friendly amendment, you're ready.
Could I suggest, and first of all, thank you, Councilmember Goddard. I've worked on climate change initiatives in my previous position. I'm very excited to participate with the group. I would also suggest potentially another sort of friendly change, which might include including a member of an ad hoc or members that are teenagers in the school, something like the Open Space Committee has done. And, you know, kind of listening to what Councilmember Bragman said about kind of research projects, it's kind of a really perfect fit for a student to take on some of this research, one or two. So not maybe ad hoc membership versus one of the 7 members, but
yeah, nothing restricts people from coming, participating, and not being voting members.
I think as far as the Open Space Committee, they've started out with 2 students being ad hoc members. And I think being part of the membership or having students not just come, but be part of it means that they can learn a lot, they can move on in their careers, it's stepping stones for them, but also they've got a lot of energy to do some of the projects that might also help them with high school. So I'd just like to see if we could consider something like that. Town manager.
Can they just be a non-voting member? That's fine.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay,
is
that's great. That'd be perfect. For
Any other comments from us? If not, any comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. I'd entertain adoption of the resolution with the recommended change by the planning director and by Barbara.
So moved. I would move then approval of the resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax establishing a Climate Action Committee as a subcommittee of the General Plan Implementation Committee with the...
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. And that was John and Renee. Okay.
All right.
Moving right along, we're skipping 19 and
No.
20.
We're skipping 19?
It was skipping 19. It was skipping 20. I think we're going to probably end up skipping 16. Leave the
What's
roosters for
16?
another day.
We can't just do this fast?
All right, tell you what, we'll hold it for a second, see what's going on. Let's get on to something like really important, like 21.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Number 21 is the second reading of the smart meter prohibition moratorium. Who's going to take this? Larry, do you want to take it right
Sure.
there?
This is second reading, and we actually lapsed on. We had we had an urgency ordinance that we passed. It's four years ago. We're on 4 years, and there's a limitation on how many times such an urgency ordinance can be renewed. That's why we're going through this formal process. There's findings in the ordinance that set out the factual basis for extending it for 3 years. It will sunset in 3 years, or we have the discretion to revisit it and sunset it ourselves if we so choose. The matter is still being litigated up in the California Public Utilities Commission, and as I said earlier in the meeting, it was just renewed by the County of Marin. So, I think it's incumbent upon the council to renew its commitment to the issue and see it through. And I would move adoption of the ordinance pending further comment by other council members.
Any other council members have any comment they want to make on this? Seeing none, anybody in the public want to comment on this? Sierra, please make it fast.
What about equipment that's already been installed on the poles? And I've seen antenna that have been installed. Like there's one that was put on a box, I believe, at Cascade and Bolinas or thereabouts. And I think I've heard of other ones. What provision is there to have those removed, since those were put in without permits, I believe?
We were told at the beginning of this process they are not powered yet. So I think we should certainly investigate whether they are actually operating before we start abating. And that is what we would need to do to enforce the ordinance, which we've been dancing around for years to avoid getting ourselves into more litigation over this. So I certainly think we should investigate whether they've been powered, whether they're in operation.
And what's the status of meters that have already been installed in town as well? Are they saying those aren't powered up, or they're not doing anything, or they're not, or they are powered up and they're just kind of, putting out a field?
I can't answer that. I know that there's been some installed. I don't know whether they're in operation. So, we definitely need to be investigating.
And is there anything at the PUC?
The judge that's been supervising the case, Judge Kip Yipagawa, who did public hearings throughout the Bay Area, issued an order giving herself further time to issue a decision in the case. So we're expecting a decision may be issued next month, it may be February, but even once the decision is even issued in the PUC, the parties get a period of time to comment, so it can kind of take on a bit of a life of its own even after the judge issues a decision. It doesn't become final. Each party gets to make further comments, and the judge can then sort of change or amend her decision. So we could be looking at another 6 months.
Anyway, I'd support the town in getting PG&E to remove the infrastructure that they put up, like without applying for permits and without any permits to house the antenna and other things, because I think it was done rather clandestinely and, below ground.
Okay, we have a motion by Larry to read by title only.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to get clarification on what it is. What's that? Oh, where does it stand officially in terms of a fee or a charge for opt-out?
That's the case that's pending in front of the PUC. So, yeah, that's been pending for 2 years.
So in the meantime, it's there's no charge.
No, they have been charging folks, and the other thing is by not making that ruling, they're really encouraging deployment. Because if you had no fee opt-out, it would probably reduce the deployment. So I think there's some deliberate, maybe some deliberate delay happening. But
So I'm assuming some people are being charged and others not.
Correct. So my understanding is Fairfax residents are not being charged for opting out. So there's.
Okay. Larry, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I think. Do I need to?
Read on the front cover of the thing.
Okay. So I would waive further reading of Ordinance 775, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax prohibiting the installation of smart meters and related equipment within the Town of Fairfax or in, along, across, upon, under, and over the public streets and places within the Town of Fairfax for 3 years. So that's moving to waive further reading.
Okay, all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye. And now, Larry, number 2.
So I would move that we adopt Ordinance 775, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax prohibiting installation of smart meters and related equipment within the Town of Fairfax or along, upon, across, under, and over public streets and places within the Town of Fairfax for 3 years.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Moving on now to number 23, discussion and consideration of the status of medical marijuana dispensary in the Town of Fairfax. Larry?
So there has definitely been a shift in the enforcement policy by the federal government, and the question presented by the memo is whether it's worth beginning a new conversation with the Justice Department about the status of our publicly regulated dispensary here in Fairfax. So basically what I was hoping to find out from you all is whether you would allow me to pick up the conversation I had going with the Justice Department through the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District here, Melinda Haig, to see whether they will shift their enforcement policies, which were quite ruthless in their zeal to eliminate dispensaries. It has long been my contention that the dispensary in Fairfax was actually a model of a regulated tax-paying facility that should have been really emulated rather than repressed. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. And right now, as far as I know, there are no legal medical marijuana dispensaries within the county of Marin, which is really, really, it's just an inhumane situation, and forcing patients out to the black market. It's encouraging black market sales. It's providing, it's encouraging, I think, youth use. I think the more we do to make this legal and not exciting, and the better it is that is a regulated product. So
I certainly would make the motion to encourage you to do so and wish you Godspeed in doing it.
I would report back to you folks.
I would second.
I would support that. Just one clarification. The Marin IJ had an article on this a few weeks ago, and there is one left in the county, but its lease is running out and then it's gone.
Yeah, they're not going to renew it.
So there will be nothing.
None.
And I would certainly support, as I believe everybody else will, you moving forward. And I believe also the Obama administration is kind of changing
There's
their
definitely
tactics.
seems to be
So
a
I think
shift,
the opening
a
is there.
softening. So, you know.
I would certainly support this. I would want to request if there's some way that we could work in an outreach plan as we pursue this, meaning dispelling any of the myths, the fears, addressing the fact that we have a huge marijuana abusing youth community here. I'm going to call it abusing when you take it down the age rungs, and that we do this very, very transparently and in the form of education and taking that opportunity. If we're going to bring this back, that we do it with great integrity and and clarity, so that it's a community decision.
Okay, with that, I think, Larry, you have direction.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Do we want to do the rooster thing before we head home?
There was a motion, a second. Was there a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Aye.
There you go. Number 16, the introduction of first reading of the rooster thing. Garrett, quickly.
So you may recall back in November 2013, council discussed the issue of roosters, and at that time you directed staff to prepare an ordinance to how to address the issue of roosters. At a subsequent meeting, the council decided that it did not want to eliminate roosters, but come up with something that would allow staff to reduce our code enforcement by allowing 2 complaints to be considered evidence of a violation, and at that point, then the code enforcement officer can then enforce that standard at that time. So,
what would happen after 2 violations?
well, what happens if you get 2 complaints in a 2-week period? Then the code enforcement officer could issue a citation for violation.
But the rooster continues.
But the rooster would continue on. Yes.
So, in other words, Mrs. Smith, living next to Mrs. Jones, would have to put up with it as long as Mrs. Jones decided to pay fines into the future. Well, that seems fair.
That's true. Community fines, although the interesting thing when the council first considered this and we brought this up, all of a sudden all the roosters were gone and not a problem, but I've heard they've come back.
Yes. Much like Deer Park Villa and the folks on Porteous. Okay. Any comment by staff for staff by the council on this? Anybody in the audience wish to make public comment? Thank you, Sarah. And with that, I will entertain a motion to introduce and waive first reading of this ordinance.
I would, John, I'll let
Either
you
way.
have the honors.
Come on.
Okay, I would introduce and waive first reading
ordinance number 777, amending section 6.16.050 of the Town Code of the Town of Fairfax relating to fouls to include a prima facie complaint process and giving enforcement responsibilities to the building official or code enforcement officer.
Second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
No for me. Thanks very much. We adjourn the meeting and see you back here on Friday morning.
Wow.